is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner. To name a few, ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services. Done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
Skills is our learning platform, which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
Good morning, friends, and welcome back to the Virtual Developers Conference 2020. This is the last day, Girish. Sorry, I forgot to introduce. I'm Ish, and my co-host here is Girish. We are both here to give you all the updates about the different sessions of the day. We will be hosting you. We will be welcoming the speakers. And Girish, just give us a heads up. What is coming next?
Yeah, first of all, good morning, everyone. It's the third day of DevCon, the last day. Let's make the best out of it. First of all, we have a podcast, which will be done by me and Ish. It will be on Linux distributions, nothing really fancy or specific being prepared. But yeah, you're welcome. Tell us a bit about your story on Linux, how you get started, questions you might have. We have with us Ish. He's a really good Linux
Oh, come on,
geek.
come on.
Linux geek. Let me put it that way. You're really, how do we say that? Die-hard Linux fan.
Well,
Yeah.
Girish, to be honest, I call myself a Linux enthusiast, and I really like to keep it simple like that because when I say enthusiast is an enthusiast is somebody who enjoys doing something. Like I enjoy using Linux. I enjoy sharing information, knowledge about Linux, and that's it, full stop. So I think without wasting any more time, we can start. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Maybe you could tell me a bit about how you got started with Linux.
Oh, come on. That's well, my first Linux experience dates back 2001, which means 19 years ago. Right. So I had a quite call it a long journey with Linux. Started with Red Hat 6.0. Along the way, how do you call that? I hopped to different Linux distributions. I used Debian for a while. I've used Fedora. I've used Ubuntu for quite some time. Then I fell in love with OpenSUSE. I've used. I recently used Pop OS. I did not like it at all. Some people like it. They like gaming. They like fancy stuff. I didn't like it. I've used Solus OS. I've used Arch Linux for quite some time. Well, this is just to name a few. What about you, Girish?
Yeah. That was just a few. Well, I started, it was maybe 4 years ago. Yeah, it was using a Raspberry Pi. Many of us get started using Raspberry Pi and then have known Linux through Raspberry Pi. So yeah, my first OS was Raspbian OS, who is now called Raspberry Pi OS.
I didn't know about that, you know?
Yeah.
When the Raspberry Pi just came out, I did test the Raspbian distribution on a Pi, on the first generation of Pis when they were out. It's not until now that I'm hearing about the Raspberry Pi OS. So Raspbian does not exist anymore.
Yeah, Raspbian doesn't exist anymore. It's now called Raspbian OS. It's because of the new Raspberry Pi 4, which supports I think 4 gigs of RAM and things like that, so that they thought that maybe now they can put 64-bit OS on Raspberry Pi. So that's why they moved to Raspberry Pi OS, and we now call it Raspberry Pi OS. Yeah, that's it. And then yeah, I've used also Debian, Kali Linux, and Ubuntu. Yeah, that's all. I'm not really deep into that, but yeah, I enjoy using Linux.
So, if I get it well, you've used Ubuntu, you have used Debian, and you have used Kali Linux. So they are all Debian-based distributions, like the Deb family. You've never tried an RPM-based distribution?
Yeah, no, wait, I forgot that. I've used CentOS.
Oh,
I've used
that's an
CentOS
RPM-based,
8, I think. It was during my internship. I had to build, I had to package an RPM. So yeah, I have used that, and many people doesn't really like CentOS. I don't know why. Maybe you could tell me a bit about that, but
I
it's quite nice.
I cannot
It was
tell you why people do not like CentOS. I've enjoyed working on CentOS. I've used it both as a server on many machines, and I've also used CentOS as a desktop for quite some time. Mm, it's pretty comfortable. It's fine. Uh, of course, my love for Linux resides in OpenSUSE. It's my main driver, but like I mentioned before, it does not stop me from looking at other projects from time to time, hopping distros and see what the others are doing. For example, very recently, I used Fedora Silverblue for quite some time. I think 2 months or something like that. I used it a lot on one of my laptops, and because I was really looking forward to see how a Linux project is going to adapt to Flatpak. That is to have this distribution with transactional updates, and instead of focusing on Flatpaks rather than the traditional RPM packages. To be honest, I think the Fedora community did a very good job with that. Fedora Silverblue. If you get some time, do try it on a machine. Experiment with it. It will be nice.
yeah. But yeah, I had something in mind. You told us earlier that you have tried Pop OS. Many have tried it because okay, we have a comment from Rengen. I'm not a geek. Yeah, many have tried it, but we I think Pop OS kind of like focus on the part where gaming comes to Linux.
Yes,
See
and
the
in fact, Pop OS, the developers did make some improvements, and even at the Linux kernel level, so that the gaming experience on Pop OS is optimal, is awesome. All right. But personally, when I use Pop OS, I see too much of fanciness. I do not need this. I need a simple Linux distribution for my daily tasks. That's it.
I will tell you something. I'm someone that plays game. I'm a gamer. I'm not like full gaming, but
Mhm.
in my free time I do play some light games. You have
Mhm.
Percy with us. Pop OS is a very adapted for developer experience.
Yes.
Tell us more about that, Percy.
Mm,
I'm someone that plays games. So for me, daily driving Linux is something I would love to. I love
mhm.
Linux, but the only downside of it is I can't play my games on Linux.
Mhm.
That's the only problem. Many people tell you that yeah, Linux is great for gaming. Yeah, at some point it's true. It is good, but it haven't like reached the level where we can actually game on Linux. It's not really good for that right now. I think Microsoft is best for gaming right now. I don't know. Maybe you have a different opinion, but maybe you have one of our viewers. But yeah, I think that yeah,
Now go on. Complete your
I
statement.
think that for gaming specifically, I think that Windows is best. We also see that Windows can do pirated gaming on Linux. Yeah.
uh, well, uh, to be fair, I'm not a gamer. It's not my main focus when I use Linux, and my suggestion would be to turn out to the gamers community in Mauritius, and probably we ask them the question. So guys, all those who are watching us, our podcast, and you're gamers and you're a Linux user, share your experience. I think, oh, okay, we see there is a comment
Yes.
from Percy who says that he loves Pop OS. I respect that. Like I say, personally, I did not like the fanciness in Pop OS because I like simple things. I like things to be vanilla. That's my take on Linux. But I do respect that you love Pop OS and you feel that it is very well adapted for developer experience. Oh, I haven't used Pop OS from a developer perspective. For me, it was mostly, okay, this is a new Linux distribution. Download it, run it on a system, look at it. So that's what I did. I look at it, I don't like it, I stop using it. That was what mainly happened. We see there's Aditya who says that he started with Ubuntu, did distro hopping from Ubuntu to Manjaro to Osh to Gentoo to Pop OS to Fedora. Oh, come on, dude. This is, you seem to be like what I call a Linux polygamist. You can't be married to one, you get married to a lot of distributions. All right, so he also adds that Pop OS and the new Ubuntu 20.04 is good for gaming because it comes inbuilt with latest NVIDIA drivers. Oh yes, that's one of the major hiccups when it comes to Linux drivers, especially if you're gaming.
I think Pop OS solves a lot of that because even when you download Pop OS, it asks you that you are going to use either AMD drivers or NVIDIA drivers. So when you install it, it's already with the latest NVIDIA drivers or AMD drivers.
Yeah.
You also have a good point where we have the Proton layer. It's actually a really nice thing that's happening in the gaming world of Linux. But Aditya, sorry, but I don't think it's ready. I have tried it. I don't think it's ready for like a real gaming experience.
Girish, did you try SteamOS? I haven't tried it, but I did hear some good how do you call that? Good comments about it.
I think SteamOS is just like you install it, just a gaming OS. Like you don't have a I don't know, like you don't have a desktop and everything. You just hop into with a controller and.
But then that's mainly what it is designed for. It's like when you have a gaming console, you do not really get a desktop. You start it and you start playing games. You select the game you want to play and that's it. So I guess SteamOS, its focus is gaming. It's not focusing on somebody to install SteamOS and start typing a letter or start using email. You know, so probably that's a good one. And in fact, a few minutes earlier when we were mentioning about this thing about drivers being giving the facility in Linux distributions that when you install it, it comes pre-installed with NVIDIA drivers. Did you know that this was started mainly by Linux Mint, like back maybe a decade ago? I forget when was Linux Mint, how do you call that, came into existence. But it was I think the first distribution that gave you the possibility right after installation with a single click, you could have your video drivers, be it NVIDIA or other proprietary drivers. Whereas all other major distributions, after installation, they came without proprietary drivers, and it's up to you to add the relevant repositories and then install the drivers. I see Rangan is commenting. I think he said 2001. So
2011.
Linux Mint came in 2001. Okay, all right. I forgot about that. I've used Linux Mint for some time when it was new, when it just came out, and it was okay. It was okay. I didn't become a fan, but it was okay. And slightly later, there was a second spin-off of Linux Mint based on Debian, and it was called LMD, the Linux Mint Debian edition. It was a project that was mainly, how do you call that? Mainly pushed by one specific developer back then, a developer contributor, if you want to call it that way, and his name is Ike Doherty. The Linux Mint project itself, the project leader is Clément Lefebvre, and Ike Doherty has been the one to really push to have a Debian version of Linux Mint. And if you go back down lane in history, you will find that there were disagreements later where Aki Doherty left the Linux Mint community and he went on to create his own distribution, Linux distribution, which is completely independent, made from scratch, not a derivative of another distribution, and it's called Solus OS. Or let me just check quickly whether it, because I know he changed names from time to time for his distribution. So okay, it's not called Solus OS anymore, it's just Solus. In the beginning, he had the OS added to that. And did you know that Aki Doherty and his team, they are also the developers of a desktop manager called Budgie?
You're
You
right.
did not know. You know there is GNOME, there is KDE, there is GNOME that comes with the GNOME shell, and there was Unity by Ubuntu. Now it is discontinued. There is XFCE, LXD, several other different window managers, and the Solus community, they have their own, and it's called Budgie. It looks nice. I've tried it for some time, and it's not that bad. So I'm having a look at the comments that we are having. So Aditya says, da 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 da. Oh no, he was just replying to your comment. I see. Okay, the comment is mostly about PS4 and FreeBSD. Yeah, all right.
I think this is a good one for you. If
What?
the ones that PSC asked, what is the adoption rates between Debian and LPM-based Linux distro? Is Deb more widely used than LPM-based?
Yes, and I would say Deb is more widely used than RPM thanks to Ubuntu. Because when Ubuntu came as a derivative of Debian, it really revolutionized the Linux world in a sense that it made Linux become more accessible, especially with the free DVDs back in the time. Girish, you won't remember, maybe Percy, maybe Rangan, and the others in the live chat right now would remember that there used to be a time where Canonical, the parent company of Ubuntu, used to send DVDs, sorry, not DVDs, CDs upon request. So we were in an era where the internet connection was dial-up. You would dial up, your modem would dial up a phone number by your ISP, and you get an internet connection of about maybe 42 or rarely 50 kilobits per second. Imagine that. Imagine working on an internet that slow. Now, on top of that, imagine downloading a Linux distribution on that sort of connection. It was really a pain. It was really a pain at that time. So when Canonical started this thing about you know you saw the comment of Rangan. Oh, Rangan, I must tell you, at that time I used to get 42K at my place. Okay. So I think Providus was a bit better connected than Mayberg if you were getting 10K at that time. So yes, it was really a pain to download Linux distributions, and Canonical with its offering where you could simply put your name, your address from any country, from any place in the world, and within a month or so, you get a CD, an Ubuntu CD by post. That was really awesome. And I think that that was what drove a wide adoption of Deb-based distribution, to answer Percy's question, or rather his comment. And because right after that, you would notice that there were so many derivatives of Ubuntu. Ubuntu itself was a derivative of Debian, and then Ubuntu gave rise to so many derivatives. Like you could see a distribution specific for education, a distribution specific for health, to be used in the health sector with applications with like GNU Health and a lot of others. You could see a distribution specific for accounting stuff because it has GNU Cache. A distribution based on Ubuntu just for video streaming. Just name it, and you would find an Ubuntu-based distribution for that. Sandeep just joined us, and he says Pop OS for the win. Okay, Girish, maybe you can ask Sandeep to comment about his experience as a gamer, as a gamer in Mauritius, and let's see what he has to say. Because, like I told you, I'm not I'm not really a gamer, especially on Linux. The 1-2 things that I used to play for some time was Angry Birds on my mobile phone. I even don't do that these days. So yeah, go on. Ask your
dual boot. Why is that?
Rangan says Pop OS does not have dual boot. Oh, that's weird. I didn't know, and it's a bit difficult for me to comprehend why you cannot dual boot Pop OS with another Linux distribution or Windows. Well, maybe Sandeep, as a user of Pop OS, can comment on that and say something. Okay, he says, I'm gaming on Linux since around 2 years or more, and he loves it. So you see, Girish, there are gamers on Linux.
Yeah, there are.
I know, and to be fair, I know Sandeep, and I know he is a hardcore gamer. All right, we see Kishan has joined us, and he says it does have dual boot. I'm on Pop OS myself. So here we have 3 Pop OS users, lovers, if we can say. We have Percy, we have Sandeep, and we have Kishan, and we have Rangan, who does not agree and says that Pop OS does not have dual boot. So we are having quite a match here.
Yeah, Ish, I think I have a good question here. What you guys think is the best Linux distro? Exclude gaming. I think I told earlier, but I knew this question was coming.
Well, very shamelessly, and with total bias, I will tell you the best operating system is OpenSUSE. Here. You can see. Right? The best Linux distribution is OpenSUSE. And Rangan adds it's Gentoo. Sandeep does not agree with SUSE. And let's see at the other comments. Sandeep says, I've never tried dual boot, but who needs Microsoft spyware anyway? All right, I won't go down that lane. I'm not going to comment about these 2 words. So Kishan Takudyal says, Arch Linux, yes, of course. Why not? Arch, I used Arch for a little bit longer than a year on one of my machines as a desktop, and I was pretty satisfied with it. Awesome performance, super fast, does not have a lot of things that you don't need. And this is the thing about Linux distributions, Girish. Most major distributions, they come bundled with a lot of packages that you might not even need. All right.
Yeah,
for example, if you install any of those, perhaps Ubuntu or even OpenSUSE or Fedora, it comes bundled with LibreOffice, and probably you're not going to use LibreOffice. All right. Perhaps you're simply going to use Google Drive, Google Docs, Google Slides, and things like that. So you don't really care about having a full-featured Office suite on your laptop. So what's the point of coming with all these software bundles?
Yeah, that's also the reason why I love Debian.
Okay, I see you asked Rangan about his dual boot issue, because there are others who do not agree with him about not being able to dual boot Pop OS with another operating system. Rangan says he installed it a few times, no option to install my other Linux distro, or even my Windows was not detected. So this may be a fault on Pop! OS side about detecting an already installed distribution. So I won't say that Pop! OS cannot exist along another operating system or another Linux distribution. Perhaps it might take, without testing it, it would just take a little bit more tweaking after you have installed Pop! OS. That is, you have maybe Windows running on your machine, you partition the disk, you install Pop! OS, and then you just have to tweak, grub to find the other operating system like Windows or another Linux distribution, and then you should be good to go. Sandeep says that he thinks Ubuntu is the most popular. Yes, no, I will say this cannot be really contradicted or disputed. Yes, indeed, Ubuntu Ubuntu is the most popular. But he says that he does not care much about which distro. Nowadays, it's more about the desktop environment plus the software you need. And I would agree with Sandeep on this comment, because after all, the distribution is what? It is a bunch of software on top of a Linux kernel, tweaked by a certain Linux community. All right? But what you see is what makes is pleasant to your eye. For example, I'm sure Sandeep likes the fanciness of Pop! OS. Okay? He likes colorful stuff, maybe rounded corners here and there, but that's not something that I like. So I find something else. I find a vanilla GNOME to be just perfect for me. All right, and but maybe you, Girish, if you install Solus OS or you install another Linux disk, on top of that you install Budgie, you would love it. So it does not matter which operating system you're using, but the desktop environment. All right, he says, I see you asked us something about WSL and WSL2. Sandeep says, I've been doing front-end development on Linux since more than 6 months now, which was previously impossible due to lack of Adobe software. But since these days, he's using Figma, so he doesn't care whether Adobe software run on Linux or not, because Figma runs in a browser, and that's it. That's all that you need. It somewhat concurs with my previous comment about what's the need of having a complete Office suite on your Linux distribution when you could use a cloud-based solution. You could use Google Drive, you could use Office in the cloud, or if you're privacy concerned, you could have a self-hosted Nextcloud instance with Collabora Office or only Office in that, and you're good to go. And I'm going to spoil the fun because we're going to have another talk about Nextcloud and only Office during the day in New Asgard. All right, Sandeep also adds that he tried WSL for a month at La Sentinelle LSL. Ish can tell you about that. Okay, Ish, can you tell anything about Sandeep using WSL? Son, to be honest and to be fair, I don't recall about it. I know you did tinker with WSL, but I do not remember the experience you got and what are the kind of things that you experimented. So please, if you can, just comment on that. What were the things you tried on WSL? And meanwhile, I would let Girish comment about WSL.
Yeah, I think we got more comments, but yeah, I found WSL and how I use it. WSL is actually a project from Microsoft to bring Linux on Windows. It's actually on WSL1, it was using a Linux VM at the backend that would normally run on Hyper-V. And then when you start a terminal, let's say on WSL, like it's normally just like opening CMD and typing WSL. It will start the backend and you will have a full terminal Linux. But what was actually the case is it took really long to start, And after that, we didn't have direct access to the hardware. Like if you install Linux only on a machine, you will have direct access to the hardware. But while it was on WSL1, we didn't have that. It was going through a hypervisor. Good. But now we have WSL2, which Microsoft is implementing in the OS itself. I don't really know how to explain that. I don't even know how it works. Like as a big, I have a big picture in my mind, but I won't be able to tell you in details how it works. But I know that we will have direct access to the GPU. If someone is, for example, working on machine learning or anything that uses, I think NVIDIA CUDA code, I know that they use that for machine learning and artificial intelligence. They will be able to do that through Linux on their machine. For example, if you just open, it's as simple as, currently I don't have a Windows subsystem for Linux running. I just need to click on my Windows terminal and I'm right into it. Right now I just did that, and I have a full Linux terminal in front of me. I can do whatever I want. What I do normally is browse to the folder I need to work in. Just type code. It will open VS Code and connect me to the Linux environment. I will have my full terminal and VS Code that is connected to the Windows subsystem for Linux. I can do whatever I want and still play my games. That's the reason actually why I use Windows. Otherwise, best for me.
Your last sentence will perhaps be the answer to Sandeep's comment about that's cool and everything, but you could just install Linux directly on the machine. So why pay Microsoft to use Linux? So maybe this is where you come and say, hey, I play my games on my Linux machine and it's awesome. I cannot play these games on a Linux distribution, but I love Linux because it gives me the ease to do software development, web development. Yeah. I can run my containers and blah, blah, blah. And I want to do all of that on top of this Linux machine without having this abstraction layer of Hyper-V or a virtual machine. All right. So if I go a few comments up in the live chat, I see Sandeep reminds me that he had to pester the IT department. Okay, yes, to get a copy of Windows, not a pirated copy, but the genuine copy of Windows, a license of Windows, so that he can install Windows on his MacBook Pro. And it was so bad that he went back to Mac OS. All right, now I remember a little bit of what was the sort of experiment that Sandeep was doing back in the time. Percy says that I think with WSL, it will make using Docker on Windows easier. No need for Docker toolbox for Windows now. Oh yes, because previously when you had to use Docker on Windows, there was this abstraction where it would spin a virtual machine and then Docker will be on top of that.
I have some updates on that issue. Let me tell you guys that we now have Docker Desktop. Docker Desktop, yeah, it's actually for only Windows Pro, or I don't remember if it's not actually supported on the normal Windows Home versions. On the normal Windows versions, like you had to do what you were saying. It runs a VM on the background, but now with WSL2, you install Docker Desktop and everything on the background is run on the virtual machine. It's handled not by the virtual machine. It's handled by WSL2. So you get instant starting of your Docker daemon. You can already work like you were on a Linux machine.
Girish, I think I'm looking at the last comment by Sandeep and I'm smiling, and I would let you, a gamer and also an aspiring future penetration tester, security expert, a Python developer, or anything that you want to be, to comment on that one. So would you like to be a top-notch gamer? So
Let me read it first.
Girish, let me finish this sentence. So I'm going to make it fun. Would you like to be a top-notch gamer and be a lesser programmer, or the reverse?
No, you can be both. Let me put it that way. I can do, in the worst case scenario, I can just dual boot Windows and Linux, do all my work, everything on Linux, and just game on Windows. But I don't really like cannot do both. Why?
Rangan says you cannot be both. So Sandeep, I would say, based on Rangan's statement, you are either an extremely good, a top-notch programmer and a lesser gamer, or a top-notch gamer but a lesser programmer. All right.
I would prefer a lesser gamer. Like my main focus is not gaming. I game just for fun, just a bit. But when I want to game, I need my game to be here so that I can play it well, good. My main focus is always learning, development, things like that. But yeah, you can.
Guys, I think I'm gonna stop this funny debate about gaming and everything that is happening, and I will just finish the podcast on a funny note, not a funny note, but a beautiful note, because it's almost 9:40, and we will have our next session on at 10 a.m. Mauritian time. So how many of you guys know why the Debian Linux distribution is called Debian? And stop Googling, stop searching about that. If you know, just answer quickly on the live chat. Okay, we wait for a few seconds. Nobody's saying that. Girish.
No, I don't.
All right. So Debian is one of the most used and also among the oldest Linux distributions. Perhaps the oldest is Slackware, oldest living distribution is Slackware. Rangan already says he doesn't care. Sandeep says it's the second version of Yan. All right. Oh, okay. He says Debian. Well, Debian was created by Jan Murdoch. All right, I-A-N, Jan Murdoch. And at the time when he created this Linux distribution, his girlfriend's name was Deborah. All right, so it's a bit of a romantic touch to this Linux distribution to call the Linux distribution Deborah and Jan, so Debian. All right. So
he was that for.
Unfortunately, a few years ago, Jan Murdoch passed away. That was a very sad news for the Debian community. But okay, Rangan, I will not comment on your loss. I will not say anything on your last comment. So yes, I would really end this, like to end this podcast, Girish. If you allow, it's 9:42. We will have to end the podcast, even though the podcast is getting really nice and getting a nice kick. Perhaps we will have another podcast after they've gone and continue the fun about Linux distribution. Hey guys, all those who were with us, Percy, Sandeep, Rangan, Kishan, who were here, who were commenting and listening to us, thank you very much. Stay tuned. We will have our next presentation at 10 a.m. And Girish, can you give us some details?
Stay around. Yeah, gamers, stay around. Let's make a video game live with Kishan.
Kishan Takudal was already with us on the live chat, and in fact, he was the one commenting about Pop OS earlier. And yes, we will have Kishan in a few minutes with us. So, guys, see you in a while. We will be back in no time.
1. We are live.
Hello guys, we are back with Kishan. He's going to make us a video game live. So yeah, Kishan, maybe you can tell us a bit about yourself.
So I am an 18 years old developer. I have been developing games since I was 15, and over the years I've been expanding my knowledge in other fields, and today I'm occupying a Linux sysadmin and DevOps position at Ethiopia, which is a web agency. And during my free time, I regularly develop full stack web apps using Node.js and Express for the backend, React on the front, and I've got a dedicated server where I deploy sites and apps often. And I've been participating in various hackathons, especially IETF ones with cyberstorm.mu, a community of talented Mauritian people, and I've been a finalist and mentor for the Google Coding Contest. Recently, I've been an author as well, but I'll keep that for the end. So we can go ahead and start. Well, let me present what I will be showing you as demo game today. The end game for this session will be made up of a tank, a player, and two joysticks because it is essentially aimed to be a mobile game. And basically the player can aim and shoot or move using these joysticks to destroy the enemies. If however the enemies collide with the player, he should lose health. There's a bug right now, but it will be fixed in the version that I will be showing today. So we will be making the game in Unity. Unity is a game engine that is one of the most popular, if not the most popular. And in Unity, when you make a game or a project for that matter, everything is made up of scenes. A scene is basically an environment made up of several objects. Objects in Unity are called game objects, and basically anything can be a game object in Unity. Let me create a new scene. I've already created a project, and right now there's an empty scene. You have different windows by default in Unity. The first one is the scene window. The scene window is where we can position game objects around or make changes manually as we can move around in the scene. You can rearrange the windows, and that's my favorite layout. Down below is the game window, where we can have a preview of how our game will look like. So for example, if I create a cube, you can see that it appears in my game window, and in my scene window I can move around. I can move the game object, or using the other tools that I have with me, I can rotate it, I can scale it around whatever axis I want, and yeah, basically that's the basic tools that we can use to position game objects around in our scene and switch them. Then this window right here is a hierarchy window. It will show us a list of all the game objects that we have in our scene, in our current scene. And by default, there are two game objects in an empty scene. I guess it is not empty, but yeah. There's a main camera. So let me close that cube again. And the camera is what will be responsible for previewing whatever there is in our scene to the end user. It sort of acts as a player's eyes in a game. And you can see that if I move it closer to the cube seems bigger. And I can customize every game object can be assigned components. Components on a game object seems bigger. And I can customize every game object can be assigned components. Components are not game object.
So yeah, Kishan, maybe you can tell us a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to explain some of the basic components.
We are live.
Hello guys, we are back with Kishan. He's going to make us a video game live. So yeah, Kishan, maybe you can tell us a bit about yourself.
So I am an 18 years old developer. I have been developing. Is there a problem with the stream? Hello.
Wait. Yes, Kishan. No, the screen seems fine.
Okay. So you have a couple of basic components that are present in scenes and an empty game object, by default. So on the main camera game object, there's a transform and camera components. The transform component is what will allow us to tweak the position, rotation, and scale of the game object. So let me showcase that with the cube. So there's the X, Y, and Z axis. The X axis is the red one, so I can move the cube around in my scene or directly from the inspector. I can also rotate it and scale it as I was showing with the basic tools from the scene itself. Then, give me a sec. Yeah, then there's the directional light component. Without the directional light, nothing would be visible in the scene, and it sort of acts as a light. So if I disable the directional light, everything just becomes black, and a light is important for rendering. And the light, of course, the directional light game object has a light component attached to it, and we can change the type, for example, so that we can simulate torches, flashlights, or the sunlight. By default, it is acting as the source of sunlight in our scene. We can increase the intensity as well as change other settings that will contribute towards the final rendering of the scene. And of course, the camera has the camera component has other values that can be tweaked in its component, such as changing the projection to have an orthographic or perspective field of view, changing the amount of degrees that the player can view around. And let's now start making the game. I'll be explaining other components as we move on. Let me create a new scene because so we will start by I have already imported the assets that we'll be using in the game. I have a couple of materials with me. I'll showcase how to make them and what are materials with. And we already have our textures and some sounds. So first of all, I will be making a cube, a 3D object cube. It will be the ground. I can rename the game object. Either in the hierarchy directly or in the inspector. I will mark it as static since it will give us some performance benefits by marking it as static. I will give it a scale of 150 and 150 on the X and Z axis. And yeah, and the cube, an empty cube, a cube when you create it, a cube game object, has also a box collider component to it. The box collider is what will be responsible for handling collisions and detecting collisions. And there's a mesh renderer as well. Without the mesh renderer, the cube would be invisible, and any game object for that matter. I will create walls as well, so that the player doesn't fall off. That would be a bit dumb. And also set the position, because I want it centered on my map. So I will create an empty game object to regroup all the walls that I will be creating. And my Unity just crashed. Nice. Yep. My spacebar is not working as well. Yurish, I think we have a little problem.
Can you repeat that?
I think we have a little problem.
Which problem?
What do you mean by problem?
My Unity crashed and some keys are not responding.
Sorry, you mean to say your computer is not responding?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can give you some minutes. Restart and join as soon as you can.
Yes. Thanks.
Good.
Girish?
Yes, Ish?
Can you enable your camera, please?
Yeah, sorry, wait.
Can enable your camera, and what we're going to do is we are going to play the sponsor loop, and then can you update the ticker informing that our speaker Kishan has some technical problems and we might be back online in a few minutes?
Yes, I will do that. I will do that, and
Do
let's
that,
see what
and then,
you do for it.
yes, do that. Yeah, please mention our users to stay tuned, and then once Kishan has solved his problem and he's back, we'll be live again. Okay, good for you?
Good, that's good.
All right, I'm switching to the sponsor loop. And you are live, Kishan, back again.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, we had a little problem. So I will be making the ground and walls again rapidly. So that's my first role. Basically, I will disable the mesh renderer component so that they can be invincible. Two walls and the third wall. And my last wall. And I will select all of them and disable the mesh renderer. As for the ground, I will also give it another texture. It is too plain right now. So basically you can create material, which material are basically objects, or rather, well, it's something that you can assign textures and modify the shaders of to give a different look to a game object renderer. So I will name it, I don't know, main ground or something. And I can basically drag and drop it to assign it to my ground, and you can see that it is assigned there. And if I change the color, it will affect directly the color of the renderer that I assigned it to, as you can see. But I will be using a texture, so an albedo texture, and the tiling 15 by 15. It will be repeated 15 times on the y-axis and 15 times on the x-axis in 2D. So that's done. Now I'm going to make the player. The player will be a cube itself. I will name it player. Then I will reset its position, so I can reset its transform directly. And it will be at 0, 1, and 0. I will also need to put tags, so that later I can detect what collided with what based on the tags. That's how I'm going to handle the health and there's already a tag for player. I forgot. So I will assign a tag to the player, and then I have already created two materials, but for the sake of showing you that, I will create the cyan one again. So I'm going to create a material, name it cyan, and give it a color of 0, 110, and 255. I guess it's blue now. Well, let me name it blue, and I will assign it to the player. So that's the player tag, its body. I have also created a yellow material. Let me decrease the smoothness. Yeah. And the player will have a game object, component, sorry, a rigid body component. It is a component that will allow for physics stuff like gravity, and I will kind of need it for the movement, etc. later. So I want my player to move only on the x-axis, like here and here. I don't want him to rotate. It will have a turret which will rotate. So I will freeze everything except the position X and Z for the movement. The player will also have a child component, a child game object, sorry, a sphere. I will name it the rotator. It is the thing that will rotate when we'll have to aim enemies. So rotator. It will be yellow. This is the scene, and it will be at 0.5, and I will resize it so that its scale is 0.75 on all axes. Then it will have, that rotator will have a child 3D object, 3D game object again, which will be the cylinder. It will be the turret, so we can name it turret already. The turret, let me quickly put in positions that I have already tested before. And resize it. Nice. So, there. It will be yellow as well. I'm sorry if I don't have enough time to answer to your questions. I will try to answer them as soon as possible. I'll create a 3D, I'll create an empty component, an empty object as well. Name it bullet end. And it will basically serve as the spawning point for the bullets when we will shoot later. So 0.25. Oh, and another thing again. So right now you can see that the rotator, its position, is at 0, 0.5 and 0. But it is actually a local position because it is a child of the player game object. Its position and rather all its transform will be relative to that of the player. So if, however, my rotator game object was not a child of the player, its position would not be the same. So that's a thing to remember at times. I rotate it as well, my bullet end, so that it points correctly to where I'm going to shoot later. Then my rotator and my turret, they don't need to have a collider because they won't be participating in collisions. So I can disable the component or remove it directly. The rotator and the turret. I will also, now we will set up the scene a bit so that because it looks kind of gloomy. First of all, let's move the main camera. So my main camera will be at 0, 12.5, and yeah, that's now my next 10. Wait, 20. Yeah, it will be a top-down game. Then our directional light, we will rotate it and move it a bit as well. And at times we have to bake our scene so that we have the best settings with the light. So I'll let this bake while I'll continue to work on the game. I will also create a canvas 2D game object to act as, to basically provide a place where I can put joysticks and text, rather components or game objects that the player will directly interact with. So I will create a UI canvas. And I will put a scale with screen size on the canvas scaler so that my game scales appropriately with all sorts of, at least most out of 16:9 aspect ratios and mobile screens. Yeah. So I will start by making the joysticks. I have already prefabs defined and prefabs available. Prefabs are ready-made versions of game objects that I can drag and drop in a scene. So I will have a joystick and 300. 200 everywhere. The position Z is not important right now. If we had game objects overlapping over game objects, then it would play a role. But right now it won't. So it will be my move joystick. And I will have to resize the frame as well. And there's already a script attached to the game object. It will basically, every movement that we do on the joystick will be on the x-axis will be named horizontal and the y vertical. And we will make use of that later. So move joystick. And I have another, the loop joystick. That's for aiming. Of course, you can name them whatever you want. And it will be at the opposite side of the screen, like mirrored. And I will change its axis, so move X for the X and move Y for the Y axis. And yeah, we can start making the player move, I guess. I have already made the scripts. So there's the player movement script. Basically what it does, if you know a bit about C# or programming in general, I have variables defined, but because it's Unity, I have way more data types, kind of. So there's a rotator. I define a public variable that I name rotator, and that will correspond to the rotator game object that we created, the cube obey, the rigid body of our player tank, the speed. We can tweak that later to allow our tank to go faster. And yeah, let's start streaming. So at the start of the game loop, this function will run just once. So when the game starts, we will assign the cube obey variable, the rigid body on our player tank, so that we don't have to get the component each time, and we save some processing power in the process by caching it in a way. And this function will run at fixed intervals each frame. And I have functions defined. The get input function takes two string parameters that will correspond to the axis that we will be aiming to fetch the input. And using the prefab that we created for the joysticks, we can basically detect if the player is doing an input. If there is an input, then we can change the velocity of the rigid body component on the player to correspond to these inputs. That is the X and the Y input multiplied by the speed that we defined earlier. As for the rotator, that will be getting the inputs from the other joystick that we defined, and accordingly move and rotate the turret or rotator. So I can already drag and drop the script on the player tank. And the rotator, I will assign it the child, the first child of the player. So right now, if I play, I should be able to move around hopefully. So yeah, I can move around. I can. No, I'm not being able to aim. I think I know why. So let me look at my script again. Mouse. I did not define the axis correctly. It's mouse X and mouse Y. So right now I should be able to rotate my turret. Or my rotator. Yeah, works. So the next step is to make the camera follow the player. So I will put a camera follow script on the main camera and assign a target which I want it to follow. And if we look at the script, we basically define two variables, a player and a height. The player, or really the target, is what the camera will be following. And quite simple script. It will be looking at it will be updating its position each time the fixed update loop there finishes. It is the last loop that executes per frame. And if we have a variable defined as a target or player, then we will update the position of the camera to follow the latter. So we have already put it here. So I can put the player as a variable, assign it. And if I move, it should follow me around. Yeah, works fine. Then to shoot bullets, I will be assigning a bullet system. No, let me create the bullet first. So the bullet will be a sphere. And let us customize the sphere quickly. 0.5. The position is not important as we will be making it a push-up soon. The scale will be 0.3 around all axes. Copy paste because I'm done. And give it a red color. Or any color that we want basically. And it shouldn't be able to cause shadows. We don't want shadows when... Where is that? Off everything. We don't want to have shadows when we shoot bullets. That will be weird. We will put a bullet tag with the sphere. Give it a rigid body. It won't use gravity. The bullet will continue to move forward. We will have a script on it that will automatically destroy it after some seconds. And it shouldn't be able to move anywhere except in the direction that we wanted it to move. No, it shouldn't be able to move down. That is, it will be fired in a single axis, or rather single path, straight path. Then yeah, let's put the light green color here, because our enemy will be red if I have the time to create it. The sphere collider, I will increase its radius a bit, name it bullet, and I can drag and drop it to make it become a bullet. I had already one defined, so I will be using that one itself. And you can see that on the bullet prefab, we have a destroyer script. The destroyer script will basically call a function that will destroy the correct game object it's assigned to in the amount of time we define. So in 3 seconds our bullet will be destroyed as soon as it is created. The player will now need to be able to shoot bullets, so we will assign the bullet system script to it. Assign it the transform of the game object that we want the bullets to be spawned from. The bullet prefab that we created, force and delay. The delay is to prevent that the player can continuously shoot bullets. Like there needs to be at least 0.5 seconds between shots. And we have a bug. The player needs to have an audio source to play a sound when the bullet is shot. And do not play on awake. Audio source is just a component which, well, will act as an audio source. So let me test that again. Yeah, works. And the bullet system script is a bit complicated. So we have the variables we define. We just explain them, and yeah, at the start we are getting the component audio source from the player game object, or the game object that the script is attached to. So that then we have a check in the fixed update if we are pushing the axis more than 75%, and if we haven't, if the delay that we set is passed, then we can play a sound for the bullet when it is fired, and create an instance of the bullet prefab at the position and rotation that we define at the bullet and transform, and we add a force to its rigid body so that it moves forward. The correct time is just there so that we can check for the delay the next time we shoot. Next, let's just make an enemy quickly. And so yeah, my enemy will be a sphere. Enemy will have a tag of enemy. And one. It will have a rigid body as well, so that it can move. Its rigid body again will be frozen on the y-axis because you don't know. Weird things happen when you make games, to be honest. It won't use gravity as well because, well, I don't want it to. And it will have an audio source component so that you can play a sound when it is destroyed. Explosion 0. Do not play an awake. And basically, I think that, yeah, it is enough. Let's assign the script of the enemy to it. The enemy script. This is just one thing first. So yeah, it moves in my direction. It should be red in color. And we already had a prefab defined for it. And let me load the scene that I had already completed so that I can show. Why is my shader? Where are my shaders? Let's continue in the other thing then. So yeah, we have already transformed the enemy into a prefab. Then we will create an empty game object that will act as the enemy spawner. And yeah, 1.5. We have a script defined for it. And we can set the enemy prefab. I won't get the time to show you all the scripts, but I can do a GitHub public repo where everything should be accessible. So where is it found? Okay. Yeah, well, there are a couple of bugs. And unfortunately, we won't get the time to finish. Making a game in 45 minutes is really short. And that's the final game that I had created. over the course of 6 months. And yeah, basically in the final game there is a shop, there are several enemies, and you can customize your tank, create there are different types of tanks as well. There are powers, pickups, there are challenges, gems, rewards, and a lot of features, as you can see. I hope you learned some things in the session. I'm sorry that we couldn't finish. I will try to prepare a better session next year if I get approved. And yeah, as I was saying during the start of the session, I am an author now, and I just made a book about making games in Unity. In that book there's a full guide on everything we talked today and more, like details about all the components that we have seen, and even the test game that we are making. And yeah, I will try to provide the link to a repo, a public GitHub repo where I can put the assets of the game so that anyone can try. And yeah, I guess that's as much as I can show in that session. Thanks everyone.
Yes, it was a really nice presentation, but yeah, we understand that a game can be made in such a short amount of time. But let me tell you, it was really informative, and I hope that maybe next time you handle it in a real environment instead of sitting here virtually. I guess that would be a better place. But yeah, it was great, Kishan. That's nice. Thank you. Hello everyone, we are back with Mr. Ismail Ilmalia, manager at the National Computer Board, as well as Mr. Kavi Vaidelinga, who is a business analyst and research and development, also from the National Computer Board. Mr. Kavi, can you tell us a bit about the Open Data Initiative?
Yeah. Right. Okay, I'll leave the floor to Ismail because he will start.
We have started Mauritius to follow the trend in other developing countries like UK, Canada, to publish all the data sets published by government as open source. So we have started this quickly. And so this is a possibility for researchers, for mass media, journalists, and developers to access the data, which is open, and they can build apps or use the data for research.
Okay, that's good. I think I will hand over to you and you can start your presentation.
All right. So basically, we are starting with the Open Data of Mauritius. We have the website is data.gov.mu.org. It's hosted at the National Computer Board. The journey has started some time back in 2017. We had the World Bank who came to Mauritius to check whether we are ready for open data readiness. They have prepared a report which was approved by Cabinet in 2017. Further to this report, we have prepared a national open data policy, which was approved again by Cabinet for appropriate guidelines for ministries, departments, and parastatals to release government data sets as open data. As you are aware, government produces a lot of data. Some of them they are published on the Statistics Mauritius, some of them are published on their own websites. Some of them, they are not published at all because, you know, the reticence of government to publish everything. So now that this is law in Cabinet, so more and more parastatals and ministries are trying to adopt the strategy. But still, we see year by year, it's going to increase a bit. So each of the ministry and parastatal, we have set up an open data team, mainly somebody from administration and one technical person, so that they can supply us, the NCB, their data, which we take this data and we wrangle it. Wrangle it means we clean it up, we prepare it for uploading on our portal. So we are trying to promote, as usual, open data. We have to promote accountability and transparency, public service improvement, because all data is scattered everywhere around websites or Statistics Mauritius. When we have a single source where you can get all the data and data in a format which you can download easily, this is the main aim of this, so efficiency. We have a lot of open data which can be accessed to the public without any restrictions for usage and distribution, meaning it's open data, you can use it, you can transform it, you can use it within an app or within a web application. We have APIs. So these are some of the sectors of application data sets we have: transport, environment, weather, statistics, financial. This year we are going to concentrate on transport because we have reviewed a bit other countries, and we have seen transport data sets brings a lot of plus value. So why open data? I think it's quite obvious for everyone. It belongs to everybody, even if it's produced by government. It's been paid by public money, so we have a duty to share it. We can create a lot of economic value, provided developers and researchers use it correctly. The data has to be updated regularly for it to have to make sense. Okay. So this is basically what we have right now on the left of your screen. We have the government, which is producing data, and the data is going to be accessed by a lot of categories of people, mainly businesses. We have also academia, students and lecturers and universities to take the data and to evaluate and to do research and to come to conclusions. We have also the media. And on the other side, we have people who are going to use this data to develop something or to build upon this to produce something with economic value, like developers, gamers, municipalities. So at present, we have most of the data which is supplied by government. But our vision is we have to open the portal to also data from private sector. So this year, we're going to start for the transportation sector. So we're going to get data from, let's say, private companies in transport. We are trying to encourage private sector to contribute more to the portal. So the portal was launched in 2018. At that time, we had around 100 data sets. Right now, we have 300 data sets across different sectors. And okay, next. Maybe you can have a look at the different sectors which we have data. We have agriculture. Agriculture is a big sector for other countries like Trinidad and Tobago. You'll see some applications on agriculture. We have education, environment. We have transport, tourism, trade, productivity. With some of the data sets, we need to update them because, let's say, for example, tourism. We get data sets from Ministry of Tourism. We also get from MTPA or Tourism Promotion Authority. Sometimes the parastatal body, the data is more up to date than the ministry. So this is an exercise we're going to cross-check probably these coming weeks to try to update and get the latest data for all these sectors. Okay, next. The next slide. Okay. Is it? All right. So this is an example. Once you click on a data set within a sector, this is one example we did for fixed speed cameras where we got the collaboration from the police. If you had a few months back, if you search for location of fixed speed cameras, there are a few guys from the community who did that on their own time, but it was not very up to date. So the police managed to give us, so we have all the data sets for the speed cameras. You have the location, the latitude, longitude. This is what we have on the open data sets, tabular format. We have the same information on our geo portal, which we'll come back to later with Kavi. So once you have a data, you can download the data. You can download the data. You can even have, you see at the top, you can download the data. You can do search by the data. You can also have data API. It means you are free to use this data to use in an app or in a web application, and you can use this freely. So we go back to data transfer. We're going to concentrate on transfer this year. We are trying to build a maximum of data sets on transport. When you have several data sets within a sector, it's very easy to compare data. For example, we can have the data, how many types of vehicles which are involved in accidents for a year. And also we have the evolution of accidents over the last 20 years or the last 10 years, which researchers can use to do and correlate. We can also correlate this data for accidents with the number of vehicles which are circulating in Mauritius. So there are very good analysis which can be done using these data sets. For example, for the traffic, journalists can use this data to tell a story. For example, we have number of vehicles over the years in Mauritius. We can correlate this with number of accidents every year, whether it's increasing with the number of vehicles. These are stories or analysis which can be done very easily by anyone. It's free. An example which you have for open data, but this is not from Mauritius, this is from Trinidad and Tobago, right, Kavi? Yes. Yeah. So Trinidad and Tobago, they have put all their data on soils and cultivation, plants, BLNs and all that as open data on their portal. And people can go, planters especially, they can go and have a look at, for example, this type of soil, what type of soil it is, their pH, and what kind of crops are appropriate to be planted on this type of region. This is something which is excellent, and we hopefully, maybe next year, this year we're going to transport, next year probably we'll go agriculture, and we'll try to get some of these data from Ministry of the Land Drainage Authority. There are different ministries which are compiling this type of data. Based on the apps which UK has produced a lot, I don't know how many thousands of data sets, and people have been starting to use the data sets, especially developers. And we have noticed the apps that are using in the transport sector we have is 4 or 5 times more than other sectors. So you will see for UK, for example, transport is a very big data set, which has a lot of applications for mobile apps, and I think it's the same case for Mauritius. For Mauritius, probably the next one will not be government spending or society. It might be probably agriculture or fisheries. So our portal is on open source, Creative Commons attributions. We are using Drupal.
Yes.
Is that right? The Drupal server, which is hosted at the National Computer Board. So we don't have any license to pay. It applies also for our Geo portal server. So I'll pass on the relay to Kavi, who will talk a little bit about the geospatial data. Where you have the data, you have a few sets which are overlapping, and you have a few sets which are easier to use for people who can visualize on the maps. And okay, I'll hand over to Kavi.
Hello, everyone. Just to add to what Ismail just said about the licenses, software developers, you need to be aware that the Creative Commons licenses is something of benefits to you guys, because bear in mind that data sets that are available in other websites, they are not published under such license. So tomorrow, if you're going to use other data available, and maybe you won't be able to commercialize those data, your app. That's the most interesting part of Creative Commons license, allows you to use data sets from the data portal and commercialize your app. So this is something of big advantage, because lots of people question us. So why do we need to replicate data, their own data in the data portal? So two things that you need to know is, like, one is in the data sets are published under the Creative Commons license, and those data sets are in machine readable format. And as Miles said earlier, those data sets generate their own API, so it will ease the process of your app connecting to those data sets for CRUD operations. That is, you can create, read, update, and delete those data. So just a few lines I did. So coming back to the geospatial data under the same open data initiatives, because we previously launched the open data portal containing mainly text data in format of CSVs, Excel sheets, etc. But under the same initiatives, we are now publishing geospatial data, which is more of geographical information related data. And basically, the GIS will address challenges across various socioeconomic sectors. And as you can see on the screen, it relates to infrastructure, government, natural resources, transport, national security, and other emergency services, and of course agriculture and land administration. So since we have just started the portal, we are right now around 42 layers. We haven't been able to cover all the sectors, but hopefully with time we get to all these sectors. So right now the portal is hosted at the Government Online Center, which is under the NCB, and we use open source technologies or OS Geo technologies. The server runs on GeoNode and the Geo server, and it allows us to create, publish layers and maps also. So as you can see, layers can be published in format of vector layers and raster layers. So these are, I won't go into technical details here, but we can still see that afterwards. So it's a common platform for collecting and sharing geospatial data, and it allows, as you can see, it allows the community at large to carry out data-driven initiatives such as development of mobile apps. You can analyze data, you can create your own innovative products through these data sets. Right now we are having more than 40 layers and 7 maps. All the layers actually right now We have provide facilities for 21 categories, and the layers, you can download them in various formats. You have S3 shape files, you have KML files, CSV files, and even other formats. So yes, as I mentioned earlier about the APIs, for example, this is one data set which relates to automatic teller machines around the island, and it is hosted on the Open Data Portal, which is run on the DCAN software, open source software. And as you can see, this is the resource ID as I highlighted in yellow. This is the API generated by the Open Data, the data portal. It is automatically created once the data set is uploaded there, and this is, you can use that for connecting your app to such to the data set. Coming back to the geospatial data layer, so these are examples of layer. For example, you can see you have uploaded layers relating to gas stations and layers relating to ATMs around the island. Donc, all these are available on the Geo portal. You can download them and use them for your personal purpose. The portal also allows you to make maps. Maps are basically allows you to cross-analyze across various layers. So, for example, you can analyze ATMs across districts. What are the ATMs available in districts? What are the gas stations nearest to you? For example, you are in the district of Savan. You want to see all the gas stations in the district of Savan. So these layers will allows you to connect to your app and do such analysis. So all data are available under the WFS and WMS. These are coordinates standards that have been applied to the Geo portal. You can have previews available for that, and you can also configure those data based on format you want: GeoJSON file, KML file, etc. GeoTIFF. The most interesting part of geospatial data, guys, is about analyzing the data itself. So, for example, this is one data set where you can see urbanization over the years. Okay, the red part of it is gives you an idea how buildings and developments has evolved over the years. So this is allows us basically to do planning for the future. Imagine that such facilities would have been available some 30 to 40 years back. Our roads would have been bigger, maybe everyone would have parking in their business facilities, etc. But right now, it allows us to take more, to take wiser decisions. So yes, one part of it about geospatial data is adding real-time data with including IoT devices. As you can see, Internet of Things are taking a major step towards getting data, and this can be used to capture geospatial data. This small map you can see at the top corner is about fishing aggregating devices and buoy available at the sea, in the sea. So they are constantly pinging, and we are receiving the data. We have the location of those FADs. This is real-time spatial data. So how do we, at the technical part, at the back end, we actually, there are two software available to create those geospatial layers. One is ArcGIS and one is QGIS. ArcGIS is basically a commercial software.
And quite expensive.
Yes, very expensive. And whereas QGIS is open source. Whatever you can achieve in ArcGIS, you can achieve the same thing in QGIS.
Yeah, more or less.
Actually, one of the motto of NCB is promoting open source.
Yeah.
So that's why we are using Quantum GIS. It's a very powerful software, guys. this is one example. I'm not running the software. It's just a print screen of what is available there. So this is a city around Providus, where you can see the rivers in blue and you can see the house. And this allows us to do some flood processing. You can, as you can see, once the processing is done, you can see those houses are prone flooded. Okay, so this, yes, this is the kind of facilities that such software allows you to do. And those who are interested, they can still use the QGIS software because it's free. You can download it and use it. But it allows us really to have an idea when there is a flood, what are the houses that that can be affected, impacted by this. So all this analysis can be done through the QGIS.
Maybe if some of you are interested in this, they can contact us for additional.
Yes, we can see about that. Yes. So another part of it is about digital terrain model analysis and digital elevation analysis model. So QGIS also allows us to analyze, for example, this is analysis about the slopes on the mountains. So you can have various types of analysis, like we call that autography, and we have shapes in grayscale, and all these are available in QGIS and allows us to bring more yes, in decision making, meaningful sense to your data. I leave pass the floor to Ismail for this part.
Yes. So once we have done the QGIS and our Geo portal, we have received interest from government. Right now, there is District Council of Mocha. They have mapped all their assets. They have fleet management. On top of that, they have the assets like poles, electric poles, drains, outdoor facilities like gymnasiums and parks. There are different buildings, and they have done this through a private company using ArcGIS. You can see at the top, this is what they are using. The system is ArcGIS. So you can see some of the assets, and the assets, they can show whether it is broken or it's in the repair or it's new. So the government approached us, and NCB is going to be working with local authorities and district councils to do this through QGIS, because QGIS is free and they don't have any other licenses to pay. So basically, we'll have the server, the GeoNode server here at NCB or GOC. We'll be administering the portal, and the local authorities will have access to either map all their assets directly through a web browser or through a mobile app. We also, this is the first time NCB are trying to go and develop something. So we are developing a mobile app. You will see District Council asset collection. So we'll have around 10, we have municipalities and district councils. So the mobile app will allow someone on the field to take the app and select which district council, select which asset, whether it's a pole or a drain or whatever it is. Once they select the asset, they go close to the asset, let's say an electric pole, and they just press to get the longitude and latitude, and they enter other data like the asset name, asset code. If it is something which is not a single point, it's like let's say a football ground, which has multi-points, or like a drain, so they can repeat this along different vertices of the assets. And once they do this, this automatically goes and updates our GeoNode. So this is something which we're starting, and we believe that this is going to be a very important project. We are in the first phase of this. Probably by next month, we'll have achieved a lot more. So before we end, we would like to have a little bit involved in the community. Right now, we are more geared towards government and parastatals and all that. I think private sector, they have a lot of open data. Some of them are reticent to give it out, but probably some of them, like transport, like we were thinking of agriculture, we are trying to get some of the data private sector. We encourage this. Sometimes we prepare data sets. We are not best placed to know which data sets are more valuable. So we welcome suggestions from the community in general to propose, let's say we would like to have this type of data sets from which institution. And we will try to liaise with them and see that there's a huge interest for this. It's time you publish them and give it to us. There's also QGIS. I think we are using OpenStreet. We're not using Google because of proprietary and open license. But OpenStreet Mauritius is so small compared to other countries. I think we would welcome people who have time and who can contribute to developing OpenStreet, so that one day OpenStreet will be at par with Google Maps. So these are the contacts. I think there's one more slide. So next up, we just talked about this crowdsourcing for obtaining spatial data. We are ready to prepare a small app and we're going to release it. And there are things which we cannot get very easily. An example is bus stops. The Ministry of Transport will give us bus stops, but not all of them. They will give us only when the fares change. So we miss some of the bus stops. We are trying to do some on our own, but we'll appreciate help from the community, like real-time API, bus arrival, bus routes. We are going to try and get. Maybe Kavi, you want to add anything? What applications to API? I think we talked about this. Yes. Adding aerial imagery. We have a lot of, in some other countries, you will see a lot of aerial imagery published by private sector, by individuals, not by government. So maybe some of you can supply this, and we can point it on our map, and we can see this is contribution of the community. Our target is to increase every year by 100 years, and hopefully we're on a good track. So if there are any questions, we will.
Yes.
So we thank you, and we hope you have benefited from the session. And if there are any questions, I will let Girish.
Yes, we do have some questions. We have an amazing audience. So yeah, we have some from Sandy. Can we request for data sets to be made, and what is a realistic timeline to expect?
Can you what?
Make a request for a data set. What is the realistic timeline?
Oh, no. If you make a request for data set, if the data set is available somewhere in the ministry and parastatal, I think we can get it very quickly.
Okay.
But you know, sometimes we are the hosting the data, but sometimes it depends on the decision of the institution to release the data. If the data is something not very confidential, I don't suppose there are going to be any problems, and we are going to do the liaison between you and the institution.
Just to add to that, I encourage the developers, if they need data sets for the app, they can first come with a case a scenario. So this means what they're going to use the data for, how is it going to benefit the citizen. So we can use that to
leverage,
to the institution, so that they can release the data. Because as Miles said, it's not always an easy task to get the data. If the data is already public, does not confidential, does not contain sensitive information, then we can do the cleaning process. This is very fast. We have a team for that. We can do everything for up to the uploading. But getting the data, it depends. It depends on the how sensitive. Yeah, how sensitive it is. Or as I say, if the stakeholder sees that they are gaining from the app, then most probably this will be as fast.
And I think the policy development and institution, in principle, should not refuse to give open data, because this has been approved by cabinet. So that should not be the main issue. And you know, government, we have just released a new portal. We are going in line with trying to opening up the maximum of data and make it user-friendly and let people use. So we don't anticipate any big problems. So if you have any data sets you require, let us know.
Okay, I have another question. He's been looking for road accidents data with location, causes, date, vehicle type, number of casualties, but he couldn't find it. Can you recommend him where he can find this?
Yes, I know this is something very interesting. A lot of people are looking for that kind of data, but just let me tell you something wonderful. Well, it's never too late, but it is being done at the level of the Commissioner of Police and the insurance sectors. They are collecting the data. They have just started. I don't know if it's as from last year, but whenever there's an accident occurring, There is the policeman with a tablet going on site, feeding all this information in the database along, and it's something which is connected to the insurance also. Well, I don't know how far they have reached in that, but hopefully we will approach the Ministry of the Police Force and see if we can get some of these data, because the problem was the data was not even collected. That's why you couldn't see it. But I can guarantee you that these data, the collection of these data has been initiated, and hopefully very soon we will have those data. Because we have the accidents, we have the causes of accident, we have the types of vehicles involved in those accidents, but the location of those accidents, we don't have it. That's where we are going to see how we can plug the data from the those stakeholders.
If I may add, the police has given us the list of accident-prone areas, which we have already mapped on our Azure portal. So we know where most of the accidents happen on the map, but we don't know on which day, and this is not. But we already have the list of accident-prone areas.
Okay, yeah, we have another statement or question. The data set shown on your graph ends in 2016. Can we expect the 2017 till 2020 data? And he's saying that he shows that you agree that these 3 years data will be more helpful.
Yes, of course. Just to add to this, this is a project we have just initiated. So we had to start somewhere. So it was a very bulky task. So we had to retrieve data from the Statistics Mauritius. And actually, there are CISD officers posted in all those ministries. They are following up, and we are doing the update. And of course, I'm sure those data are available. So if there is a request towards this, it will be definitely one of our priorities. But the process of updating has already started, and I'm sure that this will be done in the near future.
And sometimes we get delayed. So by the time the data is prepared by the institution, and by the time it gets approved by Statistics Mauritius, there is a delay. So this part we cannot control, but we are encouraging all ministries to keep up to date.
Okay, we have another question. Where do we find and access those data?
We have given the initial data.gov.mu or geoportal.
Wait, just give us a minute. Ish, can you switch to the full speaker to show them?
The URL is already at the bottom, data.gov.mu.org. So this is for the open data portal, and you can still have our geospatial data at the geoportal.gov.mu.org. So you can these portals are already live, so you can access them, and the data sets are available there.
Yes, another question from Sandy. How many of the data sets are updated in real time, and which ones?
In real time, right now we have only the phishing.
The FADs, fish aggregating devices, but we still working with the Met services to try to pull those data from their website. Yeah, the weather data.
Okay.
Our infrastructure is ready to pull in any data, but it depends on availability. But I think with the growth of internet IoT devices, where we will once we get the data, and like Kavi mentioned, weather. So it depends on a lot on what we get from the institutions. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's a great.
Some of you, if you have any ideas on what kind of real data will be valuable for some of you, this is also an area which you can suggest and you propose to us, which we'll bring along to the institutions to say there's interest for this kind of real-time data.
Hey guys, if I may add something, thank you very much, Mr. Limaria and Mr. Vaichilinga. Is there a way for our audience, our viewers, to make those comments and suggestions? Maybe the National Computer Board has a specific email to contact for to make those suggestions?
Yeah, we listed them there. Anyway, if you go on our website, nationalcomputerboard.mu, www.ncb.mu, at the end you will have a section on open data and our Azure portal. You can contact us through there, or you can just send us an email on prd@ncb.mu. PRD is Planning, Research and Development, prd@ncb.mu, or you go to our website and you'll have all the contacts.
All right. Mr. Limania, I might have one more question for you. As you know, I'm somebody who has been really pushing for open data. I've been meeting you guys in different of your seminars and all. I've been asking a lot of questions. You might know that. So I have a question with regards to the Freedom of Information Act, which is something every now and then is being mentioned. So do you guys believe that a Freedom of Information Act would make will make the accessibility of open data a bit more frequent? Because I saw there was a question. There was a question about some of the data sets being as old as 2016, and then you explained the process about. Sorry. Yes, and then you explained the process about you need to get approval by Statistics Mauritius, and I'm pretty sure that's not an easy process. It has its flaws. So, do you believe that the Freedom of Information Act, a well-defined one, could accelerate this process or make it easier?
I think so, but even without the Freedom of Information Act, the government through cabinet has approved that all ministries by law are supposed to provide the open data. But not all ministries are going at the same pace. Some of them providing much quickly. And some of them, public officers, sometimes they're working on many projects. But Freedom of Information Act, of course, naturally it will accelerate the process. But even before this, we already have an act approved by cabinet, the open source strategy, which encourages government ministries to provide this data. And the mentality is changing slowly, and we see more and more, like the police in the past, it was not easy to get data from them, but right now they are collaborating with us, Ministry of Health. So there are some good people, some of them are a bit lagging, but hopefully, if there are any specific data sets which are missing or which are not up to date, just give us a call or send us an email, and we'll try our best to rectify.
Sure.
All right.
I'm pretty sure the local, the developers community in Mauritius are very much interested. I can see some comments about, yes, a lot of developers are interested in the open data sets so that they can, make a maximum use of that.
Yes, exactly. Just having data for the sake of publishing data is not meaningful. We want people to adopt and use it to produce something.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yeah.
All
so,
right.
Mr. Ismail and Mr. Kavi, we had an amazing audience. They are thanking you for your presentation, and as local developers, they using open data. They think that you're taking a great initiative with open data. So yeah, I think that this was a great presentation. Thank you very much. I think it's good for now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe you have some few words to say at the end.
Take care.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Allez.
All right, Girish, we are on split 2, and you can make some, you're live on split 2, and any remarks on your side, Girish? I saw you really enjoyed the presentation.
Yeah, it was a really nice one. I think that open data initiative.
Yeah. Did you know about the open data sets or the open data policy before this presentation?
Actually, when I saw that on the conference webpage, then I did some research, and yeah, it is then that I got to know all this.
Okay, that's cool. I really hope that our viewers enjoyed the presentation and they learned something, they found something new. And of course, if I go by the comments, let's hope that the local developers community make the most out of this initiative. And we see some really nice projects coming up in the coming days, month. And yes, that brings us to 11:40 Mauritian time. And Girish, what should be coming next?
Our next session will be about a multi-tenant application with a serverless solution presented by Sudeshna Bapu, she's a software developer. Maybe we can know a bit more about her in the next session. So I think it's good for now, Ish.
Okay, good for now, guys. We are going to have a break here. We'll meet you again at 1200 hours MUT. So stay tuned. Cheers.
Here we go.
So hello
hey
guys.
We are back. Girish and myself, Ish. We are online again. It's 1200 hours Mauritian time. We are continuing with the second part of our virtual developers conference, day 3, and also the last day of the conference. Our next speaker is already with us, but please excuse us for the video. We are having some issues, but rest assured that the presentation is going to be fine, already tested. Girish, I leave it to you now.
Okay, so our next speaker is Sudeshna Bapu. She's a software developer at Moravel. The presentation is going to be a multi-tenant application with a serverless solution. So maybe Sudeshna, could you tell us a bit more about you?
So hello everyone, and thank you all those who are watching my session right now in Mauritius, especially during lunchtime. So I'm Sudeshna, so I work at Moravel. It's been 3 years at working at Moravel. So during those years, I have developed application mostly with AWS services, so either serverless or not. So today I will share with you how to build a multi-tenant application using a serverless solution. And so firstly, we will go through multi-tenancy and then later on serverless. So, multi-tenancy. Before understanding multi-tenancy, we need to know that we have 2 types of application. Okay, so it can be a single tenant application or it can be a multi-tenant application. To have a better idea about that, let's say you have to build an application, okay, a web application for a specific customer. And let's say that customer is MTEL. So normally we are their customers, but in this scenario, let's say MTEL is our customer and we are building a web application for them so that they can show their future internet packages, okay? And we have got a request to build an application for them, which resemble the following, okay, the traditional one. So we might be having the customer who is going to sign into the web application using an authentication service, okay, and after successful authentication, the user is going to access an API, a security API, which is later going to interact with a database. And in this database, we have security information concerning the specific customer. So everything is fine, everything so far, everything is good. So this is how a single tenant application looks like. Okay, we have a specific tenant which is accessing the application. So and then later on, you're requested to build the same application for another customer. And let's say that customer is Mighty. Okay, there are 2 concurrent which will be using your web application. So questions you might ask yourself is how to adapt your web application to serve multi-tenants. So it's obvious that you won't create 2 identical web applications. So there are several questions that you might ask yourself is that will you be using the same authentication service? And what if one tenant that is MTEL wants to have a different password policy and the other tenant that is Mighty wants to have another different policy? And if using different instances is efficient, and if yes, and how to adapt that to your application? Or will you be using the same database, but you don't want data to be compromised? Or you want a separate database, but worry about costs? So all of these questions you might consider it before adapting that to your applications. So in this scenario, this is where the multi-tenant approach comes into picture. So whenever you're building an application that is a multi-tenant architecture, there are 3 approaches that you need to do. So in short, the multi-tenant application, it is an application that can serve multiple customers, that is multiple tenants. So there are 3 approaches that you need to know before moving forward to a multi-tenant application. So the multi-tenant approaches that we have is the separate databases, or we can have the same database but separate tables, or having the same databases or the same tables. Of course, each one has their own pros and cons. For example, in the separate databases, we'll be having a database per tenant, that is per customer. So one good thing is that the data of the tenant is completely isolated to other tenants, which means we have simple segmentation of data. But one cons is that we might end up managing many databases. So we should be considering the cost of managing separate databases. And the next approach we can have is using the same databases but having separate tables. So we might be having one or multiple databases per tenant. And of course, one good thing about that is using the same table, we're going to have the same schema for all clients, for all tenants, but it might be complex in managing separate schemas in the future. And another approach we can have is using the same database, but also the same tables. So using the same database and same tables, you can see here we have one table, but we have for each row we need to specify the tenant. So for each row, the tenant is going to own that row. And for this approach, one good thing is that we might be saving cost, but it might be more complex for segmenting the data for each tenant. Also, the security risk might be higher. Before moving to the next part of this presentation, it is good to know that multi-tenant architectures is quite popular, especially for SaaS application. So whether single tenant or multi-tenant, each one have their own pros and cons, of course, but it really depends on your application whether to adapt the multi-tenant or the single tenant application. So now we'll be moving to the serverless part. Serverless, whenever we hear the word serverless, serverless means we do not have to think about servers, okay? So we can build our application by only focusing on the core part of the application and not worrying about the OS maintenance, capacity provisioning, etc. So for this session, we'll be using the AWS Serverless Platform. So the AWS Serverless Platform, I have been working with Amazon Web Services for the past 3 years. So it provides a range of fully managed services that you can use to build and run serverless applications. And for that, Azure Web Services provides a range of services that we're going to look forward. So in terms of storage, we have S3, that is a simple storage service, which is like a file system. So you can store objects, and one fun fact is that you can even use simple storage service to host websites. The second service is the authentication service. So Amazon came with a service called Amazon Cognito. So Amazon Cognito consists of user pools. So it is just like a user directory where you have all your users, and we use that to perform authentication. And it also supports social identity providers such as Facebook, etc. And moving on to the API, so we have AWS API Gateway, which is totally managed by AWS. So you can create your REST API, HTTP API, WebSocket API, etc. We're going to see all those services in details during the demo that I'm going to show you. And then in terms of compute, there's a service known as Lambda. So it lets you run code without managing the servers. So one fun fact is that you can choose from a range of languages such as Python, Java, Node.js to represent the logic of your code. And then in terms of database, we have the DynamoDB, it is a NoSQL database in Amazon Web Services. So we can combine all those services to create in the end a multi-tenant architecture. And for that, our application will be like this. So we'll be having a web application which we can host in an S3. For the authentication service, we can use AWS Cognito. for authentication purposes. And then after successful authentication, we will use accessing web API, which is the API gateway, which is also a service of Amazon, which is completely managed by AWS. And then for the compute, we'll be using the AWS Lambda, which will interact with the database, which is the DynamoDB. Of course, there is other serverless services provided by AWS, but these are the 5 ones which we'll be using to develop a multi-tenant architecture. And moving on, before moving to the demo, there is one service which is like the core service to realize any serverless application, which is known as the IAM, which is the Identity Access Management. So Identity Access Management, it manages access to resources by defining who is allowed to do what and what is allowed to do what. For example, me, I'm a user. What services I have access to. So AWS IAM is going to tell me, is going to provide access to a specific user to define which services the user has access to, and also what is allowed to do what, which means what particular service in AWS is allowed to do what to other services. For example, if you look at this schema, so here the Lambda is going to interact with the DynamoDB. So hence the Lambda needs to have specific IAM role or policies to access the DynamoDB. If we want to have a clear view about that, let's have a look about this example. If we look to this AWS IAM policy, we can read that, we can say that whatever service has this IAM role can perform a query, update, or delete to this specific table. That is the tenant A table. Which means that a service having this role can only do query, update, or delete item on this table. And this might be useful if we are using the same database but different tables approach in the multi-tenant architecture. And then if we look at the other AWS IAM role, we can see here it is a bit different, which means that a service having this role can do a query, update, or delete to that specific table, but where the primary key contains this specific tenant ID. So it means that in a table, we are going to have specific rows, and these specific rows we are going to have this tenant ID, and only a service having this role will be able to access that specific row. We're going to come back to that when I will be doing the demo. And this approach, it is useful when we are doing the same database and the same table approach. So when we are doing the multi-tenant architecture in AWS, we really need to master the IAM service of Amazon Web Services. So we'll get back to those services in details. I'm going to show you those services individually. So I'm going to get back to the demo. So first of all, we have seen the S3. So if we go to S3, okay, have a look at the test bucket. So as I said that S3, it is like a file system where you can store objects, and it can even be used to host websites. So if we go to the properties part, we can see that there are several properties that it provides, such as versioning, and we even have a static website hosting, which is quite easy for us to host a website. We just have to specify the index document, and we can easily host a static website using S3. And if we look at another service, which is the AWS Cognito, In Amazon Cognito, we have two sub-services, which is the user pool and the identity pools. So the user pool is used for authentication purposes, and the identity pools is used in such a way that, so let's say we have performed an authentication and a successful authentication, and in return we receive tokens, and we can exchange those tokens with the identity pool, which will later let us access other services of Amazon. And for this demo, we won't be accessing the services of Amazon directly from our application. We'll be using the user pools. So user pools, like I said, they are just like a user directory. So here I have two user pools for two tenants, that is the tenant A and the tenant B. So in user pools, what we do, we are going to define the attributes of our authentication system. That is, what attribute are we going to use to perform login? We can define our specific password policy. So as we can see here, the fact we have two tenants, we can associate different password policies to each tenant. And one good thing is that everything is totally managed by Amazon Web Services. We don't have to manage any capacity provisioning, things like that. So if ever we have other tenants, we just need to create a tenant for that specific customer. And to view our next services, which is the API gateway. So the API gateway also, it is a managed service by Amazon Web Services, which is serverless. We can create, if we click on create API, so we can create HTTP API, WebSocket API, or Ingress API. Here you can see that I have created a multi-tenant API where you're going to define your endpoints. And there's something called the authorizers, which is very important, which is used to secure your API. If you see here, we have an authorizer, which is the authorizer. So let's say we have created our user pools. We have access to our web application. We have performed an authentication, and then we're going to access our API. So we can create an authorizer by specifying the specific cognito which was used to perform the authentication, and assign that to our API, which means each time we are accessing our API, that token is being verified by Cognito, and everything is done by Cognito itself. We don't have to manage anything. And this is useful if we are using a single tenant approach. So we can use a Cognito one. But if we are using the multi-tenant approach, which means we are using several Cognito user pools, so here we might be creating our own custom authorizer. So I have created a custom multi-tenant authorizer by using Lambda, which I'm going to show you later on. So I have created a custom authorizer using Lambda, and this Lambda is going to secure my API. So each time I'm accessing my API, the Lambda authorizer is being called to verify our token. And then the next service that we have seen is the compute one, okay, which is the Lambda. So Lambda is very interesting because you just need to put your code there. If you have a look at this, so you just need to put your code there, and that's all. Everything is managed by AWS. One thing that I've mentioned is that okay, we can use several languages, such as Python. You can use Java. You can use Node.js, etc. So this is Lambda, and other services that I've mentioned is a DynamoDB. So DynamoDB is I'm going to show you DynamoDB. So for this approach, we'll be using the same database, same table approach, where you can see here, this is the DynamoDB. So by using the same database, same table approach, as you can see here, we have used the tenant ID. So the tenant ID is the user pool ID, which is the user pool ID here. So we have specified the tenant ID on each row, which means the tenant owns this specific row. Okay, this is the DynamoDB part. Now we will move back to IAM. So IAM, I'm going to show you how it looks like. So IAM. So for the IAM part, we have to create a specific IAM role for a specific tenant. Like you see here, we have two tenants. That is the tenant A, which with this specific tenant ID. I have an IAM role for this user, for this tenant. So as you can see here, if you can see the, I'm going to click on here. Okay, as you can see here, that specific tenant can do a get item or query on that specific table, which is secure tenant data, and on that secure tenant data, it can access only the leading keys which have the this value, which means the tenant users in this tenant can access only those rows. They will never be able to access the rows of other tenants. And if you see for the other tenant, the role is the same. It's just that he also users in the tenant B users in the tenant B can only access the table secure tenant data, but with leading keys this value, which is here. So to use all the services together, I have developed an Angular application where we'll be using the cognitive Amazon Cognitive for authentication and the API gateway, which will interact with the Lambda, and the Lambda is going to interact with the Amazon DynamoDB. So I have my multi-tenant application here. This is my multi-tenant application, and you can see here for my in my API gateway, I have an endpoint here which is going to retrieve specific tenant details, that is the tenant details for tenant A or the cognitive details for tenant B. So I'm going to perform an authentication using the tenant A. So this is tenant A. I'll be using my user. As you can see here, I have user. I have one user here, which is myself. So I am logging using the tenant A user pool. I perform a login, and here I am logged in, and I can see only information that is tenant A information. As we can see here in the DynamoDB, we have those three details, and I'm going to do the same for tenant B. If you see here for the tenant B, I have one user. I have only one user here with my other email. So as you can see here, I have login user at tenant B and receiving only information about tenant B. And if you see, we get back to the code here. I have my Angular application, which is accessing the API gateway here. This one, the secured one. And if we have a look at the Lambda, okay, it is already here. So I have only one Lambda, which is bringing information for the different tenant, that is the tenant A and the tenant B. And it is the same Lambda, where I'm performing a query here using the tenant ID, which I am receiving from the token of the user. So in the end, I have only one API gateway, which is being used by both tenants, one Lambda only, which is being used by both tenants again, and one DynamoDB, one table, which is also being used by both tenants. So in the end, I don't have to manage anything. Everything is managed on behalf of Amazon Web Services. So if ever in the future I have other tenants, all I have to do is create the specific user pool, and that's all. The Lambda is going to adapt itself using the token of the user, and depending on the token of the user, it is going to bring the necessary information of that tenant. So here we are with the multi-tenant application using the serverless approach. So if you have any question, do not hesitate.
So Sudesh, now, are you done right now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. It was an amazing, I don't know if you should change it. Yeah, good. It was an amazing presentation. I didn't even know about AWS. I've never used AWS, but for me, it was quite a nice presentation. I learned a bit about Tenet and AWS. Maybe you had something to add before we end? Also, yeah, I would like if you could provide some contact info so that if someone wants to add any question, they can contact you.
Of course, they can contact me. Okay, right now on my email address.
Yes.
I would say, wait.
Maybe just open the notepad.
Hey, that's fine. This one is fine.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess that's all for us. Thank you very much for such an amazing presentation. See you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So guys, our next session will be by our host, Ish Sukun, which will be talking about file systems and OpenSUSE, Fedora. That's his expertise. So yeah, maybe we can take a short break and join him later. Come up with your questions. He's someone you would surely like to put up some questions to. So hello guys, once again we are back with a session with Ishsukan. Hello guys, once again sorry for the echo. He will be talking about B3FS, the preferred file system for OpenSUSE and Fedora. So Ishsukan is an system architect at LSL Digital and also an OpenSUSE member. So his session is pre-recorded actually, so let's watch it.
Hello and welcome to the Virtual Developers Conference 2020. I thank you for viewing this presentation on B3FS. My name is Ish Sukan and I am a systems architect at La Sentinelle Limited. I like hanging out at local tech events in Mauritius and I usually write about those events and meetups on my blog hacklog.in. I am an OpenSUSE member and currently volunteer in the project's election committee. This presentation will cover B3FS and two of its features, subvolumes and snapshots. B3FS is an abbreviation for B3 file system. I have seen people pronouncing it in different ways, some calling it ButterFS, Better File System, or B3 File System. I usually stick to B3FS. B3FS is a general purpose file system for Linux that can scale up for large storage. It follows the copy on write principle, which is a highly efficient resource management technique. In this technique, if a resource needs to be duplicated but not modified, the resource can be shared between the copy and the original rather than making another copy of the resource. It is only when modifications are required then copies are made. So, a copy operation is triggered only at first write, else resources are shared. B3FS was developed by Chris Mason at Oracle. However, today, as an open-source project, B3FS has grown beyond the walls of Oracle, and many companies contribute to the project. Companies like SUSE, Facebook, Western Digital, and several others. B3FS was adopted by OpenSUSE in as early as 2010 in OpenSUSE 11.3. It later became the distribution's default file system. Recently, the Fedora project announced that they are switching to B3FS as default file system. That change will reflect in Fedora version 33. As I stated earlier, in this presentation we will talk about subvolumes and snapshots. A B3FS subvolume is a POSIX file namespace that can be mounted as a block device and operations carried on just like traditional mount points. The B3FS layout has a top-level root directory that holds one or several subvolumes. The layout of the subvolumes can be flat, nested, or a mix of both. Subvolumes can be mounted as read-only or read-write. If you're new and you would like to experiment with B3FS, then I suggest that you start with a Linux distribution that already has B3FS support and preferably defaults to a B3FS layout at installation time. My recommendation here is OpenSUSE. You can try OpenSUSE Tumbleweed or MicroOS and let the installer choose the default partition layout. Richard Brown, the former chairman of the OpenSUSE project, wrote a well-detailed blog post about the B3FS root file system layout as used by OpenSUSE. I encourage you to read the blog post. It gives a pretty good idea on the commands and steps to reproduce an OpenSUSE-styled B3FS layout. Now, let's say you have an OpenSUSE instance with B3FS and you would like to list all the subvolumes. Just type B3FS subvolume list / with sudo privileges and the command will list all the subvolumes under the root path, including the snapshots. We will talk about snapshots later on. You can also use the YAST partitioner in OpenSUSE to produce a visual layout of the subvolumes. To print file system information, You can use the file system show or the file system df slash with the b2fs command. Else, you can use file system usage slash, and the output is a combination of the two previous commands. To experiment further, you can create subvolumes for your different projects and mount them accordingly. Create snapshots and restore a specific snapshot using the set default option. Now let's have a look at snapshots. A B2FS snapshot is a copy of a subvolume. As simple as that. A snapshot does not make copies of the files, but only shares the data and the metadata of the original files. Just as we learned about the copy on write principle. Snapshots are fast to create and they do not consume a lot of space. If you create a snapshot of a subvolume, mount it as read-write and add a file to it, the file won't appear in the original subvolume. This is because they are distinct subvolumes. We manage snapshots in OpenSUSE using a utility called Snapper. Running snapper list with sudo privileges will show all the snapshots available on the system. Every snapshot has a number. Snapshots can be of type single or be a pre and post pair. The latter is useful during crucial system modification such as upgrades. Pre-upgrade snapshots allow us to roll back to a well-running system if the upgrade leaves us a broken system. Pre and post snapshots can be compared using the snapshot numbers. The output of the command shows new files that have been created and files that have been modified. We can also use diff to compare the content changes in a file between two snapshots. And lastly, here is a bunch of commands to create a pair of pre and post snapshots or a single snapshot. Deleting a snapshot cannot be simpler than just specifying delete and the snapshot number. You can find the snapshot numbers using snapper list. And this brings us to the end of the presentation. I hope it has been useful and you could learn one or two things about B2FS. So once again, I thank you for viewing this presentation. If you have any question, feel free to email or send me a tweet.
I'm back, guys. So yeah, we are done with each sessions. Maybe I think he will be joining us for a short Q&A. I'm back, guys. So yeah, we are done with each session. Sorry for the echo. Okay, he's back.
Hey Girish.
Hey Girish.
Thank you
for. It's a bit low. Yeah.
Okay, just confirm if it is better now. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Sorry, it happens when I remove my headphone and put it back. I do get some issues. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So each your session was very informative, but unfortunately, I'm not really aware of file systems. I've heard of some, but yeah, the most common that I think we also got a question. The most common that I've heard recently was ZFS on Ubuntu. His question was, Ubuntu has been pushing ZFS. Do they not provide basically the same features?
Yes, ZFS does support copy on write, does support snapshots. So from that sense, you could say they provide similar features. But design-wise, I believe they are a bit a bit different. And ZFS comes from Oracle. Okay, and in the sorry, are you getting some sort of echo? I can hear an echo. Oh,
On my side, it's good. I need to
it's
check.
okay. All right.
Just check on.
Okay. No worries. I continue answering. Maybe you can check the live stream and confirm if it is okay. So yeah, I was saying that ZFS comes from Oracle, and probably that is the one thing that some people in the Linux community won't really push forward, and they would rather stick to something like Bitrefs. Oh, but I did forget. Bitrefs also was developed by Chris Mason while he was working for Oracle. Oh, yeah, they do appear to be competition, and. But I do have to mention something about Chris Mason. Mason is that prior to Oracle, he was working for SUSE. So perhaps that's a bit why SUSE has such an affinity for Bitrefs. Okay, so coming back to the question, I think it was Aditya who asked the question about Ubuntu pushing for ZFS. So yeah, we could say they both have similar features. I think. Did I use ZFS previously on some servers? No, I don't think so. No. The only two alternative file systems that I have used, which provide features such as snapshots, or of course Bitrefs and LVM, Logical Volume Manager, which is currently available in Red Hat-based systems like Fedora, CentOS, and of course Red Hat Enterprise Linux. No, not a lot of experience with ZFS. So before you take the question from Aditya, I think Girish, you were saying that you do not have that much experience with file systems and all, but you are a Linux user these days. You are experimenting a lot, and I like in the previous talks you did mention that you are enjoying working on Debian. So what is your default, when you're setting up a Debian system, what is your default choice? You go by whatever Debian offers you, or you have, some particularities designing the file system layout?
When I install my Debian machine, I don't really know why I should use the other file system. So since I don't have the knowledge or to what benefits or disadvantage I'm getting with X file system, so I just go with the default. Maybe you could tell me a bit about how file system affects performance and what benefits we get, things like that. Just a brief.
It depends.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're trying to achieve. Like, let's say you're working on a desktop computer, a laptop, then probably whether you go on using ext4 or Bitrefs or some other file system, performance-wise, probably you won't see that much of difference. Okay. But if you're running a server that has a lot of, let's say, write operations, then it starts to matter. Or if you have a file system where you have a lot of read operations, say you have a website that has a lot of traffic, so most probably you're getting hits, you're reading from the file systems, you're displaying images and files and all of that, and then it matters. Or you have a server where you're going to have storage for large files, like you have tons of files which are going to be big files. Maybe we're not talking of gigabytes here, we're talking much more than that. Then you will need, perhaps you will see that ext4 does not really meet your requirements, because the performance is going to degrade because of the big files. sorry, I think because I'm talking of file systems, a fly happened to enter through the window and is going round my head. So after this talk, maybe I'm gonna chase this one. Yeah, so that's a bit funny, but anyway. So yeah, I was saying it depends on the on what you're trying to achieve. And if we stay on the topic of file systems and servers, then probably one more example would be to look at Ceph, CEPH, Ceph storage, and that would be a very nice experiment if you would like to have a look at that.
I have one more question.
Yeah, go on.
Yes, the Ubuntu has been pushing ZFS, and it's now when you install Ubuntu on a laptop or something, you get a ZFS, like you can use it. Okay. So, is there any reason that I would want to use ZFS on a laptop?
To be honest, Girish, I won't be able to answer this for the simple reason that I haven't been using Ubuntu lately much, so I do not know the reasoning behind. I do not know whether Ubuntu is trying to replicate the same kind of system that OpenSUSE is trying to do with B3FS. You know, like offering transactional updates. You have a read-only root file system, and then every time you update your system, it takes a snapshot, a pre-snapshot before the update. And then all your new packages, your new software will be available in the post-snapshot, which is available to you after restart. This is what transactional update is about. So that after a system upgrade, if your system is broken, you can still roll back to your previous snapshot. Okay, so this is what OpenSUSE tried to achieve with B3FS. So probably, since ZFS also supports similar features, copy on write, snapshots and all, probably they are trying to do the same thing. And if yes, then it would make sense to use ZFS on your laptop, on your desktop computer, because you have this sort of security that if your Ubuntu system is left broken after an upgrade, you can still roll back to your previous working version. So yes, that was a quick and short discussion about file systems, and particularly B3FS.
Okay, so I guess that's all. We don't have any more questions. Yeah, so I got to learn some a bit about the file system. I need to maybe read a bit on the benefits and what it brings us.
Or maybe you can just, experiment with it. Yeah, create a partition on your laptop and format it as B3FS. And in my presentation, you will see that I gave a bunch of commands how to create subvolumes and all. You can try that. You can try creating snapshots. Or like Aditya suggested that, how do you call that? I see. He has a question. How is RAID performance and ease of use on B3FS? Sorry, Aditya, I cannot really answer that part because that's not something I experimented on. I can check it back. I can check it and get back to you on Twitter to answer that question. I've been using mostly B3FS on my personal laptop, on my servers that are running on virtual machines. I haven't had any experience of B3FS on a RAID system. So it will be a bit difficult for me to give first-hand, opinion on that. So yeah, that would be all on my from my side, Girish, and probably we can have a good break here so that even our viewers can go grab a lunch. Some may have a coffee at this time, maybe. And we will be back at 1400 hours Mauritian time for another session. Would you like to give some heads up about the next session?
Okay, so our next session will be on Kubernetes, introducing through OpenSUSE, microservices, and Cubic. It will be by Ish and Chite Sham. See you guys after, see you guys after this short break. Ish, I think you need to chase that. fly.
Yeah, I'm answering the live stream that the fly is going to be dead in the next few minutes.
Okay, so see you guys in a bit.
All right, and Girish, in a few seconds, Hey guys, we are back in the afternoon session of the Virtual Developers Conference 2020. I'm Ish and my co-host Girish is here. And we apologize for the delay, 5 minutes delay. We did have some technical issues to sort out. So Girish, would you mind to give us some details about the next presentation?
Yes,
Because I do
yes,
have
sure.
some sort of conflict of interest here.
Okay, yeah. First of all, yeah, we are sorry we had some technical problems, but now we are back with an amazing talk on Kubernetes, introducing through OpenSUSE microservices and Kubi. This session will be presented by Ish Sukun, again, he's a system architect at LSL Digital, an OpenSUSE member. The second speaker will be Chite Sham, who is also working at LSL Digital, and a system engineer. Yeah, he's a system engineer at LSL Digital. Let's welcome him Ish.
Give me a second. So probably we need to inform our viewers that it's a pre-recorded session, but both Chitesh and myself will be present after the recorded video to answer questions. All right? Okay. Give me 2 seconds and then we can welcome Chitesh for a quick chat before starting the video. All right. Hey there, Chitesh. How are you doing?
Hello, Ish. Hello, Girish. I'm fine, thank you.
So how is DevCon? Go on, you are saying something.
DevCon is going great. I was hosting at Avengers Tower the whole day, and some of you might have popped in there. And Ish and Girish are doing an amazing job here in Kryptone. I'm looking forward to our session.
Thank you very much, Chitesh, for the kind words. Yes, I did hop in your track once in a while to check on you guys. I've been doing that for everyone. So yes, guys and girls, we are going to run the recorded video. It's about Kubernetes. Just to give you a heads up, it's going to be in 2 parts. The first part, I'm going to cover a little bit about Podman. And in the second part, actually, it will be mostly Chitesh who is going to cover the Kubernetes part. Right, Chitesh? So
yeah, I will.
Let's go on.
I will do a brief introduction to Kubernetes architecture and how you can leverage OpenSAP.
All right, so here we go, and we will be back for some more comments and questions in just a few seconds.
Second part, my colleague Chite. Hello and welcome to the Virtual Developers Conference 2020. I thank you for viewing this presentation on Kubernetes. This presentation will be covered in 2 parts. In the first part, I will cover the basics of containers using Podman. And the second part, my colleague Chitesh will talk about Kubernetes. My name is Ish Sukun and I am a systems architect at La Sentinel Limited. I like hanging out at local tech events and I usually write about those events and meetups on my blog hacklog.in. I am an OpenSUSE member and currently volunteer in the project's election committee. Let's start by learning about the basics. Linux namespaces. Linux namespaces are the building blocks of containers. They allow Linux to abstract and isolate resources such that they appear distinct from the global resources on a system. There are 7 namespaces and I highly recommend that you read about them before starting your adventure in the container world. LSNS is a useful command that will allow you to explore further and learn about namespaces on your machine. Container runtimes are programs that create and run containers. They are usually categorized into low-level and high-level depending on the features they provide. Popular container runtimes are Containerd, Docker, Runc, etc. Have you ever wondered what a container is made of? Well, Scopio is a tool that allows us to peek inside of a container and analyze its content. We can decompress the different layers of a container image, and the files contained within can be accessed and analyzed. In this way, we can learn about the anatomy of a container image. Podman is a container engine that boasts on being daemonless and extremely lightweight. Podman can manage pods, containers, and images. Container images are stored in image registries. When Podman is run and an image name is specified, the process first looks at the local image registry, and if the image is not found locally, it will query a remote container image registry. Information about container registries is stored in the /etc/containers/registries.conf configuration file. Remote container registries can be added or blocked in this specific file. The podman info command displays a bunch of useful information such as where container resources are stored. Podman has similar options and flags like Docker. In this slide, you can see the options that allows us to mount a volume to a path on the host machine and to map the container's port 80 to the host port 8080. Commands can be executed inside a running container also using the podman exec option. Here is a bunch of commands that will update information on running containers. Running containers and images can be analyzed using the podman inspect command. For example, inspecting a running container can provide us the container's network information and the mount points. Systemd can be used to start and stop containers. This is helpful in cases where we would like containers to start up as the machine is booted up. In the Kubernetes world, a pod refers to a unit of deployment, that is an instance of an application. Well, to make it simpler than that, it would be right to say that a pod can contain a single or multiple containers and the containers share the same namespaces. A Docker file contains instructions to build a container. Podman can read a Docker file and build a container image which is immediately available in the local registry. Lastly, every container inside a pod is monitored by a process called conmon. It is conmon that allows communication between podman and the container. In the second section of this presentation, my colleague Chitesh will talk about Kubernetes.
Hello all, my name is Teamonite. I am a system engineer at Consulting Ltd. I manage the servers of Consulting sister companies, such as l'Express-Property.mu, l'Express-Cause, la Case, and so on. I am a Linux enthusiast. I use Linux free and open source softwares every day. I also try to experiment with new FOSS softwares, new distros on my free time. And as a system engineer, I think it's very important. It's important in a way to build a good knowledge on various tools that is either going to make you more productive or help you be more creative whenever you encounter new problems. I'm also part of the ecosystem of Mozilla Firefox, which they call Mozillian. What is a Mozillian? A Mozillian is someone who participates actively in the Mozilla project, and there are various ways you can participate, such as doing translation tasks, contributing to code base, contributing to documentation, all what I've been doing is advocating for the internet health since last year, actually. Last year I was a guest speaker at the University of Middlesex, and I dove into Mozilla's Internet Health Report 2019, highlighting various aspects that are affecting our usage of internet. Mostly I elaborated on research and stories across 5 issues, which are privacy, openness, digital inclusion, web literacy, and web decentralization. If you want to know more, hit me up on Twitter. My username is Ketchup. Now, enough about me. I'm going to pick up where Ish left and continuing from Dockerfile. When Docker continued to thrive, managing microservices and containers, a container management system became a paramount requirement. During that time, Google already was running a container-based management infrastructure for many years, and in that era, the company made a bold decision to open source that in-house project they call Borg. Borg was key to running Google services like Gmail and Google Search. To enhance functionalities of container management system, the company came up with Kubernetes, an open source project that automates the process of deploying, managing multi-container application at large scale. Kubernetes came into existence around mid-2014, and in a very short amount of time it had grown up and scaled as an open source project, which was engineered from Google and Red Hat and many other companies contributing to the project, OpenSUSE as well. That's a bit of story. Now moving on. Before we move on, I like to brush up a little bit on containers quickly. To understand Kubernetes, you must first know what a container really is. Basically, a container virtualization is a partitioning method which is run at the OS level and is based on the technology of LXC, Linux containers for short. The goal is to run isolated Linux environment in a container while sharing the same kernel. The container virtualizes only runtime environments such as processor, RAM, file system, and so on. It does not virtualize the whole machine like a VM would do. Thus, comparing containers to VM, a container is lighter, more ethereal, which obviously allows us to run sufficiently more containers than VM in the same server. What is Kubernetes as a container? A container is closely knitted with a kernel, right? The container doesn't really know what is really happening outside of the kernel, that is on the host machine. That is where Kubernetes come in. Kubernetes bring orchestration and container management on the server clusters. In other words, Kubernetes allows you to support multiple kernels and therefore help you manage containers on different Linux machines, whether be it physical, virtual, cloud, whatever it may be, and wherever it may be. Kubernetes orchestration functionalities allows you to create application services, either front-end or back-end application services, that too on many containers. Kubernetes also would help you manage the execution of these containers in a cluster actually, and guarantees their integrity over time, and finally helping you monitoring the health of your container system. And with Kubernetes, the developer doesn't have to wait for a long time for the system admin to manage their VM. They can directly access a runtime environment, that is where the container is to be deployed with the code in just a matter of seconds. With Kubernetes, no one has to be bothered to a certain extent with underlying infrastructural layers. Like we don't need to know where the application are. It's there, it's working, and it's fast. Okay, now let's see the basic components of the Kubernetes architecture. First, there's a Kubernetes master, which is a server controlling the nodes. The nodes are here. Those nodes are slave nodes, which are in fact machine hosting containers inside a pod, executing the defined roles. A pod now is a runtime environment of one or more containers. So in a pod, it can be one container, 2 or 3, whatever, and it is a master that's going to tell which nodes are going to run which pod. Not in any specific order, but it's rather based on which nodes have how many resources available. So in all, the Kubernetes master, which is mostly a JSON API and can be controlled by the user via the kubectl command. The master manages the workload on each node, ensuring that there's no resources are consumed in excess. So to accomplish this, Kubernetes needs to know the available resources, obviously, and those currently assigned on the server. How does the master get that information? It's provided by mini services called kubelets. The kubelet is a component executed on nodes. It's on every node, and it ensures that defined containers have started and are operating as expected. If this fails, the kubelet component will report back to the master, and then that's exactly the duty of the master, to check the number of identical copies demanded by a pod to run in a cluster. In this way, the master also manages the resilience of the pods. I'm going to elaborate a bit on the resilience of the pods. For example, the 2 pods in greens are duplicate, right? This was defined to the master that the 2 pods should be cloned in this cluster. This as a whole is a cluster. And based on resources available, the master decided to clone on node 1 and node B. Now, if node number 2 fails, Kubernetes will then auto-manage and execute a clone of pod A in a node where there's enough resources to spawn that pod. That's horizontal scaling. So node 2 fails, kubelet informs the master, and the master will spawn the pod instantly to another node where there's 3 resources. Now a bit more detail about what's inside a pod. A pod, like I've said, is a runtime container which can contain one or more containers. This example that you're looking at here shows 2 containers within a pod. We are going to deploy 2 containers in one pod, and it is necessary that they share the same resources. That is, indeed, all the containers in a pod share the same IP, the same network ports, and other resources of the pod. Another important concept is called volume sharing. What is a volume sharing? A volume sharing is a storage space accessible to all containers on a pod, and is useful in 2 ways. The first one being the ability to preserve data beyond the life cycle of a container. Those who are used to container will know that data in containers are ephemeral, which is they are short-lived. If you want to preserve data within that container, so that when you stop it and start it again, data is still there, you really have to mount that volume. And secondly, a volume is necessary for the sharing of data between two containers. So when you have multiple containers like this setup executed in the same pod, you definitely have to mount a volume so that the data can be shared between them, to them, actually. So another major component is another major core of Kubernetes is Kubernetes service, which is a load balancer that can bring traffic down to just a collection of pods. The service knows how to take traffic from either the outside world, or from, it could be as well from another service in that particular cluster, and it load balances the traffic from inside the container. Kubernetes also provide routing services. Kubernetes is going to provide routing services by assigning an IP and a domain name, like you can see here, to a service, which will balance the load of the traffic to the different nodes. The service requests are then transferred to the Kubernetes by the Kubernetes to the pods. That is the role of a service. It is to transfer the requests from the Kubernetes master to the pods. The services can correspond to, or do correspond to application that is either web server or backend databases. Finally, after all this, we will have a global overview of the function of how Kubernetes works as a whole. So Kubernetes runs above the OS and interacts with the container pods that runs on nodes. The master Kubernetes server receives API calls from a Kubernetes admin or a DevOps and relays those instructions to nodes. Like we've seen this system work with component, it is called Kubernetes services. The suitable node for setups will be selected automatically, and the resources required will be allocated to the pods in the node. When the master plants a pod in a node, the kubelet of that node orders podman to launch the necessary containers, and it's podman that's going to start and stop the container. The kubelet collects the status of the containers via podman and informs the master server to check if everything is in order, everything is working correctly. From this workflow, we notice that the orders to the pods comes from an automated system rather than a system administrator going on pod by pod, manually assigning tasks and spawning pods within the nodes for each and every application container. This is more or less fully automated. So these are the top 10 Kubernetes distros. Kubernetes has become the project to turn to if you need a container orchestration at scale. Kubernetes also is sprawling, complex, and difficult to set up and configure. Trust me, I've been there. Not only that, but much of the heavy lifting is left to the end user. So the best approach isn't to grab bits by bits and trying to install a Kubernetes server on your own, trying to go the lone path, but go easy on yourself. Seek out a complete container solution that includes Kubernetes as a supported maintained component. Personally, I use OpenSUSE Cubic project, but you can also go. I've been a long time OpenSUSE user, so I'm very acquainted to the commands and all. It's easy. Now, next up, we are going to configuring Kubernetes is an exercise in defining objects in a YAML file. while it's not required, it is nice to have an editor that can at least understand YAML. You can find a plugin for Vim and VS Code. They can read the syntax, and it's even better if you know the language itself. Kubernetes YAML, like they say, it's very descriptive and powerful if you're used to something. But if you're used like me, I used to be satisfied with just podman command, podman run, then the transition to YAML description can be, for lack of a better word, a pain in the ass. These are recent conversations that were centered around orchestration, on how the developers can help get users from podman to orchestrating their own containers with Kubernetes. And good news, a recent contribution to libpod has started to deliver that very idea. Podman can now capture the description of local pods and container, and then help users transition to a more sophisticated orchestration environment like Kubernetes. So it's very easy now to, from your basic understanding of Podman, you can transition to Kubernetes. I'm going to show you in a second. I think Podman is the first container runtime to take this scenario seriously and not depend on third-party tools. When considering how to implement something like this, we should consider the following development user workflow. How the procedure works. The first thing they try is to create a container pod locally using Podman on the command line, like you can see here. Then they are going to verify this pods or containers locally in a localized container runtime or on a different physical machine. Then you have to take a snapshot of the container or pod description using Podman and help recreate them in Kubernetes. It's basically an export-import thing. Then user add sophistication and orchestration where Podman cannot to the snapshot description and leverage on advanced section of Kubernetes. Enough talking. This is the workflow for moving Podman pod infrastructure to Kubernetes. I'm going to show you a demo. Here I have a simple Podman container running Nginx and binding to the host port 8000. And the containers 80 port, and with a curl you can pick up a response which says Podman rules. Now that we have a pod container running, we are going to generate a Kubernetes YAML file from that Podman pod, our container outside the pod. We use a recently added Podman generate kube command. Now we can perform the snapshot of that container, which will generate the Kubernetes YAML. Because we are testing this on the network, we will also ask Podman to generate a service file. After that, we have our YAML file which has been exported, and we are going to import it in Kubernetes using the kubectl command. We've captured each Podman pod as the YAML, devcon.yaml, and we use this command to import it. And once we have the file, we can recreate the container /pods in Kubernetes. And now for the final result, we can check that the results and see if Podman rules. And yes, it does. So that's it. That was a demo for exporting Kubernetes YAML file from existing Podman pods and then importing them and running them as a service in Kubernetes. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Hey guys, we are back online. We're live. I see that everyone seems to be a bit tired, a bit sleepy. I can understand. 3 days of conference. It has been intense. Okay, Chitesh is with us right now. Thank you very much, Chitesh, for the second part of the presentation where you talked about Kubernetes. You know what, Chitesh? It's only now that I'm realizing. Actually, I missed the slide. You know the slide about micro OS and Kubernetes, where I say that Kubernetes is the Cubic is the Kubernetes distribution, and micro OS is where you will only have Podman. God.
Yeah.
You know, this happens when you how do you call that? When you try to work on your presentations till late night.
Till late night, yes.
With very little coffee.
Thank you guys for hosting this session. Thank you, Girish. Yeah, so I have been experimenting mostly with containers, Podman, and with Kubernetes. Challenge has been for me personally is to understand as a system engineer. I know how my VMs works together and where all the servers, what is the architecture exactly. And with Kubernetes, it's a different architecture, which is very container friendly. And as you have seen, you can also put man containers into a YAML file, which you can scale up. I'm also looking forward to set up a local Kubernetes group. So those who have, anybody has any question in the chat, you can connect with me on Twitter. It's at Ketchup, and yeah, send me a message if you want to join the Kubernetes local group.
I would add something to what they just said. Actually, wait, I think there's some sort of echo happening. Girish, can you confirm? Is the live stream okay? Because I was getting echo on my end. Well, what I was about to add on this is that, Chitesh has been experimenting with Kubernetes very recently, and the point of this presentation was for him to share what he has learned so far. And for me, as usual, sharing my passion as an enthusiast of OpenSUSE and Podman. So yes, Chitesh is planning to start this Kubernetes group. Chitesh, would you mind telling our audience that we got a box of Kubernetes goodies for DevCon, yes. But unfortunately, because the conference is not physical, we're keeping this for next time. Maybe I'll let you give some more details.
Yeah, so I have contacted CNCF, which manages Kubernetes.
Cloud native.
Exactly. So for DevCon, which was supposed to happen this year at Telecom, unfortunately due to COVID, we have a box of goodies which nobody is claiming. You can pre-claim it. And when we meet next time at the conference,
listen, Chitesh, I propose something. This is what we're going to do. We already have the box of goodies, right? So what we're going to do, anybody who wants to claim a goodie, all right, they just have to tweet about it, but they need to put the hashtag Kubernetes, DevConMU, and Mauritius, right? 3 hashtags. I say it again, 3 hashtags. Tell us what you've been doing with Kubernetes so far, even if you're just experimenting or if you're running Kubernetes in production. And in your tweet, you have to use the hashtag #1 Kubernetes, #2 DevConMU, #3 Mauritius. All right, guys, how does that work, Chitesh?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great idea.
Okay, let's see how many tweets we can get, and who are the ones who are going to claim their goodies. All right, guys, I think we can move on with the conference, with the other sessions. Thank you very much, Chitesh, for hopping into our stream and spending some time with us. I believe you're needed elsewhere, so you will hop back into your track. Exactly. So we'll talk after that. And
Yep.
Girish, I'm
Good luck, guys.
switching.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Girish, we're going to continue the show, my friend. So here we are, only you and me, Girish and Ish in the Kryptone track. So it is 1440. It is 1440, yes. And in about 20 minutes, we're going to have our next session. Girish, maybe a few words about the next one?
Okay. Next session is going to be about open source PBX solution presented by Ishad Abdul. Ish, I don't know really much about this guy, but it seems interesting. So let's keep it for the next session and learn a bit about him.
Okay, you do not want to spoil the fun. All right.
Yeah.
So that's totally understandable. Okay, Girish. So what we are going to do, we have 20 minutes in front of us. Maybe you just update the ticker and then we can switch and have a break. Those who want to have a coffee can have a coffee. Those who want to have a tea and some biscuits, do it. And I think I'm going to have a coffee and come back and meet you guys in 20 minutes. All right.
You should.
We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
the Worx digital assistant.
Consider it done.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed.
Two, one. Hello, Irshad. I have
Hi,
never.
Girish. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry. Yeah, I've never really heard about open source PBX solutions, but yeah, maybe can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes.
Like a
Why not? Good. Sure. So, hello everybody. My name is Irshad Abdul. Maybe some of you know me, some of you may not. I've been in some other presentations. And my topic today will be on open source PBX solution. First of all, thanks to MSCC for again accepting me as speaker. Well, different circumstances this year because of the COVID-19 situation and all, but we're doing good. We're doing good. Okay. Last presentations were going on for these 3 days. I hope I will keep up the standard. And thank you everyone for joining, anybody who is here. So the agenda for today, I will dive in directly. So I will a little presentation on who am I. Okay, not long, just to get a glimpse. We will talk about the subject is about on open source PBX solution. I will clarify something first about open source and free. Where do they join? Where do they where is the separation between that? The differences between that. We'll talk about what are PBX solutions. Maybe you don't know, just saw the word, you don't know what is that. Different types of PBX solutions that we have. Some providers, commercial, freeware, even spywares if you have, and the different types, the free one, commercial ones. We'll talk about asterisk, not the symbol. It's linked to the symbol, but not the symbol. And then we'll talk about free PBX. Okay, so, it's not, that's the thing about virtual. I don't see my audience, that's the thing. I normally use to want and all to know how are you, how conversant are you to that topic, extra, but no problem. So, who am I? I'm okay. I'm a solutions architect for Azure solutions. So different type of solutions from VoIP, networking, business IT, business
business IS, and that's it. Maybe that's everything that comes in between those two, business IT and business IS. I hold a degree in information systems engineering from the University of Sakarya in Turkey, and currently pursuing an MSc in software project management at the UM. Good. So my clarification for today: open and free, are they the same thing? Are they different things? Those two terms are normally, very often, I can say, used interchangeably. Okay, some people use them when they refer to the software that is just download any cost. Okay, and some just use them for software that they fold off GitHub. Maybe if you know what's GitHub, okay, the repository for where you can have source codes for in nutshell, source code for different scripts, programs, etc. Open source and free are two different words, as you can see, and they don't mean the same thing. Free is not necessarily open source. Okay, so a software can be free but not open source, but an open source software can be free. Okay, so the word free is when there are no costs as such attached to it. Okay, for example, one quick example that you can differentiate between open source and free: when you have an app on the App Store, okay, on Google Play Store, let's say, Google trademark, the app you download for free, okay, but if you want to change something on that app, you can't. If you want, for Candy Crush, you want the name, the background to not be purple, you want it blue, you can't do that because you don't have access to the code written by the programmer for that app. Okay, so the app is free, but you don't have access to the source code of it. This is what we call a closed source software program or app. Okay. On the other hand, an open source software, you have access to the code base. It may be not when you're running it, but you can have access it on maybe on its website, on its community page, on it or GitHub or Bitbucket. Okay, they share the code base there for you to get to review it first. Okay, normally we use that to review softwares for spywares, for faults, for anything, okay, to check the programming, the level of programming, it is good programming practices, etc., etc. The level of security, many people do that to know about the security, whether an app is secure or not, okay, whether they can use it for their enterprise or not. Okay, this is one thing. Or you can also use that code base to edit the software, okay, or according to your use case, or according to your infrastructure, your system, interfacing with your solutions, with your with systems on your organization or use case, okay. Or you can develop mods, okay, by knowing how the app runs, how the software runs, how the solution runs, because you know the code base, you know how it is written, where the different endpoints, the different APIs, etc. Not APIs can be used also for closed software. Okay, you know how the software works. You can develop mods for the software. Even a game, if it is a game, an opportunity game, you can also write some mods for that game or software. Okay, so this is what I wanted to put to clarify. Okay, so because many people do still make that mistake. Okay, either understanding or when using it the term open source is when the software's code base is available for change and review, and free software is when there are no costs attached. Okay, hope those two is now clear. Next solution now. Okay, PBX stands for Private Branch Exchange. In a nutshell, it is that phone system that you have when you go to the bank. Everybody has a phone on their desk, and they can just to talk to the managers. They leave the phone, press 3 numbers, They get the manager, they want to speak to somebody else, they get it. They want to speak to somebody outside the organization, just dial one number and then the phone number. They want to call head office, they have one number. And they do all that while still staying in the network of the company or the organization, the bank, etc. It can be an office or a school, okay? You can have the different members of the administration talking to each other, but on the same without bearing any cost, any telecommunication cost as such for each call, because they are the same network. Good. And it's also the same the same solution that normally is used to route, as you say, calls. When you call, for example, a company, you're met by a voice menu. Okay, press 1 for English, press 2 for French, 3 for Creole, 4 for something. This too is based of a PBX solution, and then according to your choice you're routed to some different menus, and then to call to different person. Okay, somebody will handle your call. This solution is called a PBX solution. Okay, they share a network to communicate with each other. It may be the internet. You can have somebody in Port Louis calling an office in Mayberg or Maibu on that same network. Okay, because they have already created the network with all the devices in that. Okay, you can exchange voice, even video. You can have video calls on that system, and also text messages can be sent. And there are systems that also allow you to some special things, like you can connect your door to that to open it using an extension. You can order meals. You can set alarms, etc., etc. Okay, and those solutions are not only for calls. They have super amazing features. Sometimes you have the menu that you know. Okay, everybody can just, when somebody calls in your company or your organization, there's no need for somebody to take each and every call. Okay, the call is first filtered because English, French, or Creole, or according to the user base. Or also you can have them go to a voicemail if it is after office hours and have a little message before whether the office is closed, etc., etc. And there are mainly two types of those solutions: analog or IP-based. Okay, analog sometimes, sometimes back there was a box at the reception of the office where the main phone line comes in. One phone line goes out for the receptionist, and for all the other lines go to each other offices. And the calls are manually, sometimes manually routed or through buttons, and they go on the normal copper line. Okay, or this phone. There is no data network that handles it. While on the other hand, you have solutions that based on the IP network, computer networks, and they use the IP infrastructure of the organization or the home or anything or any organization to handle those calls and those data, that data. Okay, those are the two main types. We have advantages on both. Okay, the analog one is quite a closed circuit one. Okay, it's difficult to tamper or tamper is we can tamper, but it's not that easy as IP based. Okay, well, the encryption, etc. IP based, the advantage that we have is that normally organizations already have IP based, have an IP infrastructure. They use computers, internet, etc. And the different devices that we have already share network. You can have computers PCs being used as the endpoints to handle the calls. Or you can have mobile phones on the Wi-Fi network of the company, or you can have mobile phones on the VPN network of the company. So we already have some devices that can easily be connected together through a PBX system for the people around to communicate to each other. Good. So this is what I was doing, an IPPBX solution. Okay. So they run on the computer network of that company, okay, And they can be on-premise or cloud. You can have the solution running in a VPS somewhere or on the cloud of the company. It's not necessary for it to be on-premise. We have to link all the devices to each other, but we can run it on in those two different ways. Hybrid too is possible. And as I already said, you can have vehicles for soft phones, analog, even analog be connected to IPv6 solutions. And the whole thing is managed with the software. This is what our topic for today, that software, the glue. Okay, you can see here on that diagram, a typical layout. The SIP is one of the protocols that we use, okay? Well, there is one of the computers that are connected to that, to the internet, okay? But it is sharing the same corporate network as the whole organization, okay? They have the different USB phones, etc. So the software on the computer connects to that IPv6 solution, and even the phone when can ring that computer, or the computer can ring the phone, okay, the people at those ends, and like they won't even know which device are you using. That's the advantage. If compared to analog, you would have to have a PC, a phone, physical phone here, physical phone here, physical phone everywhere, to for that communication to work. But here, everything is being routed through the corporate network. Okay, even through the internet, as you can see, the corporate network is here, but the that user is over the internet. Okay, but they can talk to each other using the same corporate network. So corporate network, we are talking about all the security policies are being respected, all as I say, policies, all the policies are being met. You are still inside the network of the company with a firewall running, with all the IDS, IBS running. So you are not, you are not, okay, the risk for snooping, the risk for sniffing, etc. If it is already taken care. So you have all that advantages are still already attached to that. The security that you have put in for your corporate network is already here. You have just added a new application over it. Okay, so that's a typical layout for an IP network, an IPv6. Sorry. The different providers for IPv6 that we have on the market, Cisco is a very big player in that field. Okay, as you will see, most of those big companies, even banks, they use Cisco, but some of them in Mauritius have moved to Avaya, or I've seen Yearlink also, but most of them will use Cisco, okay, because their core infrastructure already run on Cisco, so they just added the VoIP solution. Okay, we call that VoIP, okay, voice over IP. But there's not only voice, we have also video, as I said. We have Grandstream, which is more the SME part of thing, and even in homes, we've implemented things in large homes. We have several rooms and all. Ring Central, some more the enterprise part. 3CX on the enterprise part, okay. And those ones are closed solutions. Okay, some are free, some have the free PLs. Grandstream have only one cost. Okay, on one go. There's no rental. Cisco have their licenses. Ring Central have their licenses. 3CX have their licenses. So there comes in asterisk. On the previous slide, I said all those closed ones. Okay, so you don't have access to their bases. You don't have the opportunity to mingle with the core code of the solution. Okay, you can have add-ons or mods, but not the code itself. Okay, and there's the thing that the software has a license to run it. You have also licenses for different endpoints that you have on the system. Okay, but for let's say typical office or somebody something starting, or you have a smaller home office, or like we have now, everybody is working from home. You have something to just deploy a solution for people to work, to communicate with each other. We do have open source solutions which are free. and can be run on many different platforms. Okay, that one of them is Asterisk, the most commonly known and mostly used, very big community of people behind it, helping deploying. There are so many push requests and new branches, very from those things. Okay, so Asterisk is one open source solution developed by Sangoma Technology Corporations from Canada. Okay, and they define their software as the Swiss Army knife of telephony. And if you know Asterisk or get to dive into it, you will see that that definition is right. They have almost all the features that those not multi-billion, but several thousand of dollars worth solutions. They have those, Asterisk have those features too for free and open source. Okay. What's the importance here? Maybe I've missed that. The importance of having an open source solution in your organization is that you can have your IT team audit it, okay, based on the different policies that you have on your in your infrastructure, and also for maybe as per your requirements, you can have it. You can have the core itself connected to your existing solutions. For example, your CRM. Even they have their own CRM solution, but you can have it from the base itself connect to your interface to your systems. You can, as I say, audit it. You can have a mod solution according to your use case instead of going through different plugins and all. Okay. So we get back to Asterisk. It is written in the C programming language. It works on most platforms. We can run it on Linux, or Windows, and even it has on Mac OS, Red Hat. The different. It was built originally on Linux, but now have imported to all the different mainstream OSs and infrastructures. Suppose most of the protocols using the VoIP nowadays can have SIP and H323 or 323 that we have. Okay, those of you who know VoIP know those terms. These are the common protocols that are used for VoIP communication. Okay, why do we have those protocols? We can have different types of different brands, different installations of IPPBX running, and they can communicate to between them when they have a common protocol that is being used. Okay, and for Asterisk, it is the course of Asterisk. It is okay. That's it. I missed first. It is free. It is open source, but it is based. So there's no GUI as such. You have to connect to it through a command line and just do the programming, launching the modules, etc. There are the scripts that they can use, but Asterisk is that there's no GUI as such, the core software. This is where FreeBBX comes into play. FreeBBX sits on top of Asterisk as the management for Asterisk. Okay, so you have that you want to deploy an IPPBX on your network, on your corporate network. You have Asterisk installed. So how to manage it? You can have somebody just finger with a command line, and the console sending commands, etc., to add new users, change the dial plans, do network settings, etc. Or you can just install FreeBBX. It is you can have it. Here it is. Okay, so you have the Asterisk running in the background with FreeBBX on top of it to manage. It connects to the FreeBBX to the Asterisk server and gets you all almost all of the settings that we can say 99% of all the settings that you have on Asterisk to connect, to add users, to connect the different trunks, to have the different interfaces run, to get even the firewall running. You can have the services, you can have the logs and everything. No need to don't need to, as I said, to play with command lines to be able to get those running. Okay, cross-platform. Okay, FreeBBX2 is cross-platform. Very small footprint. Okay. It can even be run off a Raspberry Pi. For those enthusiasts among you, can even have the solution running at your home. Okay, different the solution, the FreeBBX running on your Raspberry Pi on your home network, with your different mobile phones being the endpoints. Okay, then can start to call each other. Okay, and then if you want, you can also deploy it on a VPS. Okay, those $5 VPS, and have your own phone network with you, your friends, or your families, or even your organization. Okay, and there are ready-made distros available. You can get it off GitHub and install it yourself, make it yourself. Okay, build it yourself. Already made distros. You even have images for those Raspberry Pi. Okay, you can have images that can be burned directly to the to the SD card and plugged into the Raspberry Pi to get it running. Have distros with Linux already on it to run off VPSs. You can even have distros that can run directly on VMware or Oracle VirtualBox. Okay, I'm giving you all this because to show you how easy it is for you if you want to deploy that, how easy and cost effective or even free, we can say, if you already have a board laying around. Okay, Raspberry Pi board laying around. Good. So that I showed you earlier. This is the home page that when you connect to the BX, which connects to the Asterisk server when you want to manage it. Okay. These are screenshots from GitHub for both the Asterisk and FreeBBX. This is to show you that those two solutions are open source. As I said, we come back to that. And all those, let's talk for Asterisk, all those folders, some of them are config, as you can see, config and build tools, but most of them are the things that glue the app together and make it to run for the different functions of a PBX. Of course, it's like that. I said something not staying here. But you have access to the code to know how it runs, and you can even change it according to your use case. How do you want it to run? Okay, I said it in the C language. So you can also fork it. Okay, if you want to, from Asterisk is already a very powerful VOI PBX solution that is being used by so many people with a huge community behind it. So if you want to build something, some IPPBX solution, but with your own little features, but don't want to use Asterisk per se, with software, fork it. Okay, you fork it and you add your whatever you want in it and put it in another in your organization to run. Okay. So and on the other one is for FreeBBX. Okay, the GitHub repository for FreeBBX. Same here. You have codes here. You know how you can see how it runs, how the system glues to Asterisk, how are the commands passed on, how do they do to set the parameters, and you can then, if you have some specific use case, or if, for example, you know now the solution to create users according to there's a module in some page in somewhere that calls for a function. Now you can then have your CRM, okay, when you directly add the user to the user as a phone extension on FreeBBX. That's where the advantage of the open source comes. Okay, if you had a closed source or a commercial one, I'm so very sure that such thing would be an add-on that you would have to pay monthly. Okay, apart from the license that you will already be paying per user or per instance, you would have to pay for that. But now if you have, provided you have the skill to code it, deploy it, implement it, and also maintain it, sometimes it's much more worthwhile to just pay the license and have everything taken care of. But here you have the for those thinkers around, and also for organizations that want to have as much as control over everything they use. Okay, some places to comply with certain security or confidentiality standards, they have to have to know everything. How does everything work? How does everything handle their data, handle their communication, and all? Okay. And as I said, that those the Asterix and combine it with PBX already have all the features and modules that those commercial PBX solution has. Okay, even the ones that we have, the Cisco one, the Avaya one, I've used Cisco one, Avaya one, Grand Streams one, and I've used Asterix. They have this almost and also more features sometimes than those commercial paid ones. Okay, paid ones, I'm talking about $100 USD for some simple functions that can quickly sum up to 1,000 of USD per year to run those solutions. But here you can have it open source to be able to add your own mods and free. Okay, so very small footprint on your bank account, as I said in the description of that talk. Okay, you have dial plans, conferencing, follow me, ring groups, voicemail, fax to email. You can also have your solution handle fax to email. This one feature itself is missing in many commercial solutions. Okay, I have people that want that. They don't want to just sit over the fax machine, and don't even want to buy some fax machine nowadays. They want to keep a record of it somewhere. This is the thing. We can use even their solution. I will show you how to connect it. You can even connect it to your home through the fiber box that the ONT. Good, and it even features the firewall in it. Some other commercial solutions that you have, you will have to have your firewall on its own. Then you have your PBX server on its own. Well, if it is running off some Linux distro or Unix distro, you can have some firewalls running on it. But this one, I'm storing specifically for PBX and Asterix right here. They already have those features. IVR, okay, let's quickly, the dial plans or the different ways the cores are routed according to rules and parameters that you've set up. Conferencing, the name itself says it. You can have multiple calls joining on the same call in the same room to talk to each other. Follow me is the feature that when you have multiple extensions, for example, one in your office, one in your home, one in your mobile phone. You can set it up to know when you're out of office, okay, so that calls are automatically routed to your mobile phone, for example. Voicemail, okay, when nobody's answering the phone, it goes direct to voicemail, records a message for you to listen to later. Fax to email, you receive a fax, no need to print it, no need to waste paper, no need to if the line is gone or the fax machine is down, you're not going to get that fax. This one, it handles it all and sends it to your mailbox. IVR, this is the menu that you hear when you call your banks. Hello, welcome to XYZ Bank. Press 1 for English, 2 for French, 3 for Creole. Okay, this is called IVR. We have those features, okay? And you're still talking about the 0 rupees here. Firewall, the firewall is built in itself. And the firewall is the advanced one that they use, that those geeks use out in Linux, running on Linux system. The Asterix and PBX already have it in their core apps, okay? Or you can even build your own. As I said, the solution is open source. You have the code, you know how it works, you know how the code, the format that the thing runs, you can then build your own and get it running on this. Okay. For example, you can have, this is a normal dial plan. Okay. The extension, when the call comes into the extension, it answers the call. It waits for 1 second. It playbacks a hello world sound file, and then it hangs up. This can be the simple dial program. If you want, for example, to when a call comes in, you don't want to take the call, but it will play something. This is the simple code. Or you can go very deep. Okay, how to deal with outbound calls. Okay, that goes from after the extension 1 and 2 digits. Okay, where to go to, etc. Or how to dial to local extension. You have all those different ways program or customize the solution to run according to your needs. But if that was a commercial solution, or not even commercial, the closed sourced one, you won't be able to edit those files or change it according to your need. You can have it in the GUI, the settings, etc. But to go that deep down to those very lines that define how calls are handled, etc., this is almost only available in open source solutions. You can program a module. Okay. FreeBBX uses, as I said, Asterisk, or rather runs on C. You can write those modules for yourself, according to your organization, how to deal with different scenarios, and have it running. Okay. The Asterisk uses the model that we call load unload info. We have three main processes, we can say, three main functions. Okay, one that loads the module. How does it load? What to do when you load it? Okay, as in Arduino, like we see in Arduino, the setup one. Then unload, after using the module, when we are terminating the module, what does it do? What are the different steps that, for example, get logged that the module was shut down at X time, etc., or close some connections. And we load we have the info of that module that you've created, accepted by Asterisk through this line. So basically, this is what you're seeing on the screen is a module that you can write for FreeBBX. Now imagine those of you who know C language or any language, what are the possibilities that we can have? You're having a powerful phone PBX, powerful PBX solution that you can even write codes down to that level. Okay, and even in C with all the might that C has. Okay. Different type of deployments. I will end on that. Different types that you can deploy FreeBBX or even the PBX solution. Open source. Still talking about open source. On a VPS, you can have it running on VPS. DigitalOcean offers 5 USD VPSs, Vulture, or Bluehost, even GoDaddy if you want. Not that cheap. On your local machine or a VM, on a Raspberry Pi, again, I said, okay, still talking about FreeBBX and running on Asterisk. Then you have SIP trunks, SIP trunks. SIP trunks are like you have those lines coming from Mauritius Telecom or any other phone provider. Well, Mauritius, we have the landline is provided by Mauritius Telecom. The landline that comes in, okay, it comes with fiber. It then translates to your phone number. Okay, that little box. There's a thing. But you can also not, even if you already have an internet connection in whatever way, you can already have a phone number assigned to you through the internet, okay, through that protocol that we call SIP. Okay, the trunk is what connects you to that main, the main telephony provider. In that case, this is Mauritius Telecom. Okay, it does that over the IP network. You need to go and fetch a cable from fiber from there to come to here if you already have an IP network. Okay. GSM gateways. You can have your FreePBX solution or asterisk connect to a mobile number. Okay, that box that you see here, it has a SIM card connected to it that you can then again, when calls come in to that phone number, you can handle it. You can even have calls going out from the of your system through that SIM number. Okay, on the mobile network. Okay, one common use for that is when organizations what normally they do, they have, as you already know, different providers have different rates when they call each other. So what do? We mainly Mauritius, we have three main telephony providers: Mighty, now Mighty, MTEL, and Chile, MTML. Three of those devices are assigned on the network, each one with a SIM from one of those providers, and we program Asterix to automatically recognize the phone number that we are calling. Okay, if it is a landline, it will use the landline of the system to call. Okay, landline to landline. We won't pay that much. If it is a Mighty number, it will route through the SIM card that is the Mighty SIM card. Again, Mighty to Mighty. You won't pay that much. And if you are packages, you can even don't pay for each call. Same for MTEL, same for MTML. Okay, this is one of the use case that you can implement. Okay, and then even for this one, there is no need to fiddle with the codes and write codes. FreePBX already have it in their menus. Okay, FXO gateways. You can have your old telephone. Okay, even the ring one, turn one thing. This can be connected to your PBX solution. So you can have your IP PBX solution up and running and have your normal analog phones connected. Okay, it's FXS. I've missed it here. Okay, sorry, FXS is for when we have those. You can have those phones connected. The FXO, you can have your normal phone line coming in. For example, we say that we don't have SIP provided for home in Mauritius. How do we do? Like you see in the device here on the top right corner, it even has the phone line that goes nowadays. Long ago, it was coming directly from the provider, Mauritius Telecom. Now it comes from your fiber box. That we call the fiber. That Mauritius we call the fiber box, the ONT. Okay, you have your phone line coming in and connects to your FreePBX solution, and it is managed by it. So, for example, in your home, you have a very big home, thank God, 5 rooms, and your kitchen, etc. You can have the call when it comes in, it rings only in the kitchen. Okay, and if nobody picks, then it goes to room 1, then room 2, room 3. Those are possible. Okay, but it is the same number. Okay, 696.000x that we have, but it is managed by it. Okay, you can have soft phones. You can have them running on your mobile phone. Okay, connecting as an extension and accepting calls. Okay. Or many other things. You can even have your gate connected to FreePBX. Okay, when somebody say they're coming, you see them coming, you can dial a number, an extension on your phone that just opens the gate. You can connect it to Arduino. Those who know Arduino, this can be connected to. Those are the different advantages of having such systems. Those open source and free solutions. Okay. Here, I will just add up here a typical. One example of deployment that can be very low cost for either your office or your home or your organization. Okay, typical Mauritian infrastructure here. Internet coming to that box, the famous Huawei box. Okay, you have your FreePBX running on your Raspberry Pi here. Okay, have the PBX server with the port open over in the internet. You have your FXO gateway here. So what happens is on your Huawei one, your Huawei router or modem, the line that comes out and just branches to your phone, you can now branch it to your FreePBX, your FXO gateway. Okay, you can have a SIM card connected to it, and around the house you can have, or the office you can have the different IP phones. You can employees that don't have the IP phones can have their mobile phones connected to the system through soft phones. Okay, different apps. You have Zoiper, 3CX. You can have even some Android phones already have this feature. And outside of the organization, you can have your salesperson on their mobile phone linked to that network. So on your phone, in your office, you just dial the extension, it will ring over there. Okay, so here, what's the use? The Raspberry Pi PBS, Raspberry Pi is running your PBX server, managing all the calls, all the extensions, all the different plans, dial plans that you put, and even run the voicemail server, the IV, or the menu, and all. This one, taking your landline, okay, your landline that comes in with your home number or office number, handle it. Okay, all calls that come in can be all calls coming on that number then is managed by the PBX solution with all the features: voicemail, IVR, call recording, call forwarding, follow me, etc. Then you have your SIM card here. Okay, maybe you have a mobile number. The people will think that you're calling a mobile phone, but actually you are calling the office network. Okay. So the call can be handled through the can be routed automatically through the dial plans to a phone, okay, maybe customer service or something like that. And soft ones, okay, you have people that don't have a fixed place in the organization. They move around the warehouse, etc. They have them an extension of their phone. You need to call them through the normal landline or phone network. They're not paying. Everybody has data nowadays. You can have it, just implement it. It is as if you're having your own WhatsApp call solution for yourself with the video features, but with much more features, many more features added to it. You have menus, okay, press 1 for English, French, press 1 for sales department, marketing department. You can have them recording automatically. You can have the logging, the accounting. You can even have pay systems if you want, for example, for a hotel or something like that. And you can also have people from outside the organization joining the network and benefiting from all the security patches that you have put in place, but also the system is handling the call. They need to pay additional cost for their mobile phone, each of their calls. They can even call on the outside from outside of the organization, call customers through the phone number of the organization. Okay, so while I've been 9 minutes off my time, thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to shoot it to me through Girish or Ish, and don't forget to send your feedbacks to MSCC about about my presentation. Okay, maybe I was quick, I speak quite fast, or maybe I've left off some points. Go ahead, your questions or comments, please. Girish, are you here?
Yes.
Yeah. Ish. Ish, your mic is a little low, please. Thank you.
Better?
Yeah. Yeah,
right.
That's good.
Yes, Irshad, I was about to tell you, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. You crammed up so much of information in I must say 40 minutes, because by the time we started, I think it was 15:05. Now it's 15:44. 15:44. So, my friend, that was a lot of information. I don't know how you were able to capture.
I know. Sorry.
Because you remember in the beginning, I did ask you, because when I saw the title of your presentation, you're talking about open source PBX, I was more like, okay, probably you're going to give a brief about it, and you're gonna explain about how you did a setup and do a demo. You know, the traditional presentation that we used to do with open source stuff. My friend, you really took so much. Like, I work in a corporate environment, so PBX is nothing new for us. Even in the previous companies where I worked, well, PBX was there. I've seen the Cisco ones at one company. I've used Avaya in one company. Right now, I don't even recall which one we're using because and I think it is Cisco. Okay, we're still using Cisco where I work. So yes, it's a lot of people might not know that even at the workplace that this is a PBX solution and it could be replaced by something which is much cheaper, more affordable, and more customizable. All right.
Exactly. Yeah.
You won't be able to do that if you go on a proprietary solution where you're limited by license and all.
And those licenses are not cheap-ish, as you may know.
Exactly. I was about to mention that because I've had a little bit of chat with my IT department, and sometimes, well, I won't mention who provides us our PBX solution.
I know.
I know it doesn't come cheap, right?
I know.
So I think
even even not the IP ones, sorry, the digital ones provided by the telephone company of Mauritius. Okay, they do provide those PBX solutions. They start at around 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per month over a 5-year contract.
Oh,
you see?
Yeah. Yes, this contract thing is something that an IT manager told me once because it's binding. Once you sign it, you're doomed for
doomed,
3 to 5 years. So even if you find a better solution along the way, now you have to wait for a couple of years. Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think that was a great presentation.
Many solutions there to replace it. You see.
Yeah, and I was about to tell you that it was a great presentation. Irshad, I think in one of the future events when probably if the Linux user group is doing something, perhaps you can come up not only with the presentation but also a demo because how the participants are. They always
of course. You know me very well. I always do demo, but for this virtual, I need to know how to tackle it. So you know how it is.
No,
yeah.
I know it's a virtual conference. Even when I had to do my presentation, I was a bit confused because my previous in the previous conferences, previous DevCons, I'm mostly, I do not come with slides. I just come with a terminal and I say,
you
okay,
just
this
come
is
to a terminal exactly. Yeah.
So I was expecting you would do something.
You come with your terminal. Let me clarify something. Each comes with a terminal, okay, running Linux, but on an Apple machine. You still always saw that.
Yeah, I remember. I was working for Telecom. I used to have a MacBook Air at that
Exactly,
time.
the MacBook. Yeah.
Okay, Ishad, that was a very nice catch up down memory lane of previous previous meetups. Thank you very much. We're running short in time. Irshad, sorry, we will have to end this presentation because we have another one which is supposed to start. So everyone, all the viewers, please reach out to Irshad on the social networks, Facebook. On Twitter?
I'm on Twitter.
Okay, cool. Irshad is on Twitter. Or, of course, if you cannot find Irshad, you can still tag MSCC both on Facebook and Twitter, and we will convey the message to Irshad. You can enjoy the PBX podcast from there. Irshad, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good day. Have a great weekend, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye, Irshad. Irshad, one last thing. Please don't forget to sign out from the account for our next speaker to be able to sign. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you, Ish. Thank you.
Yes. Girish, I think we are really running short in time, so maybe we can only take... Yes, Irshad. You can.
Yes, so let me tell you next session till we get our next speaker. And Ish, maybe I will start. Our next session will be about process automation reinvented for the digital enterprise. It will be presented by our speaker Yuvraj Kinu, a senior software engineer at MCB. So Ish, maybe you should take a small break, not much. We have only 5-minute break, I think.
All right.
Come back to our next speaker.
Sure,
Great.
let's do that. People, we meet again at 1600 hours Mauritian time.
Good. Hello guys, I'm back with Ish and our guest Yuvraj Kinu, who is a senior software engineer at MCB. He's going to talk about process automation reinvented for digital enterprise. So Yuvraj, maybe you can start by telling a bit about yourself and then we can start with the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. My name is Yuvraj Kinu. I work as senior software engineer at MCB. And in this session, I will be introducing to you a business process management tool called Camunda BPM. In fact, it's a German product. And so maybe you will ask questions, so why BPM, what is the need, how it can be of interest to you as a professional, or even as a student, university student, and what you can achieve with it. We will see all this in a moment. Yeah. So in this virtual conference, there were many talks on DevOps, CI/CD, web technologies like Vue, Angular, JavaScript, polymorphism, agile container platforms, Python, RPA, debugging, Linux, etc. Now it's time to apply all these concepts and create an ecosystem for Camunda. A quick agenda will be what is Camunda, its component, deployment architectures, and the why using Camunda, a bit about microservices, what is BPMN, DMN. So I know it's a bit like too much of things at a time. So let's go in the presentation now. Yes, so okay, what is Camunda BPM? Sorry, it's a open source workflow and decision automation platform. Okay, it's lightweight and Java-based framework. So Camunda is like a plugin, which we can use it in a Spring Boot project or any enterprise project, Java enterprise project. It provides a BPMN standard compliant workflow engine. BPMN is a way of designing workflows, okay, which uses lots of standards. And it provides DMN standard compliant decision engine. I will show you later on what is DMN. These are the components in Camunda, where we have a business analyst or a developer who will design a process, and this process will be saved as a BPMN file. And then this BPMN file will be consumed by the engine, Camunda engine, and the Camunda engine itself is connected to a database. Okay, you will see here it's connected to a database, and normally we have a lot of Java API, REST API by Camunda, and you have also out-of-the-box task list, which is a end-user front end, but you can also implement your own custom application. And then another front end, which is for the operators, which is a cockpit, and then the admin. So when I will do the demo, you will understand what I was trying to say. So the architecture of Camunda now, as I said, it is a very lightweight tool that we can embed in any project. So the first one is embedded. Embedded, in this case, the process engine is added as an application library to a custom application. Let's say it's Spring Boot, so we can add it like a dependency in Spring Boot. And then we have standalone. Standalone is like you're installing something on the server, and then you can have other remote applications or other consumers which can talk with this server to get to user API. Then we have shared container managed. It's like a container which we have on a container platform. Okay, it is inside that container which is running. And then we have clustering model, It's the same concept of containers, but here we have different containers connecting to the same database, to a shared database. So why Camunda BPM? Built for developers using standards-based approach. Like I said, BPMN, it's a standard. It's supported by OMG. Camunda process automation software is open source, highly scalable, and designed to enable business and IT teams to collaborate on process automation. So it is open source. You can have the codes on GitHub, and it is highly scalable because you can, let's say, on a container platform, you have install Spring Boot. So this container, you can create many instances of it. Okay. And then the workflow and decision automation tools enables team to build software applications more flexibly, collaboratively, and efficiently. In fact, with Camunda, there's another tool called Kawimo, which I have put the link at the end of this slide. It is collaborative designing of BPMN diagrams. So let's move on to different reasons why to go for Camunda. The first one is automate human workflows. Well, automate human workflows. There are many mission critical processes which still depend on manual tasks in a company, okay, where a person have to act on this task so that the task can move on to other actors. Example, if a process helps to onboard a new customer and gets delayed, the customer might notice. Maybe it is a regulatory process that must be completed in a timely manner. Whatever the business need, people working remotely or in the office can easily be included in the automation process, saving time and keeping customers happy. But along with the human workflows, human tasks, which we call in Camunda, we have other facilities like other features like make a checker. We can add activities like send mail in a process. We can enforce complex process controls and even schedule which activities need task creation. So this is the power of using a good workflow system. Next one is orchestrate, observe, and analyze microservices. So like I was talking about containers, okay? So when we talk about containers, so we can put in place different microservices. So let's say an example, we want to have to onboard a customer at a bank, okay? We have to onboard a customer, so the customer has to bring all the documents like KYC documents, know your customers, and maybe during the process, he will have to sign some documents as well. So these are two things. So to save all the KYC documents, to categorize them and save them, we can build something like a service independent of the main process, okay? So this service, which can be called a microservice, we'll put it in a separate container, okay? In this container, we'll be able only to archive documents, categorize documents, etc. But we can have another microservice where we are giving the customer a document to sign, like e-signature. And both these containers, we can include Camunda into them. So it's easy to orchestrate, observe, and analyze microservices. Get control of your RPA bots. So it's about robotic process automation. So normally, robotic process automation, we have three types: attended, unattended, and cognitive. And in RPA, normally, we have some kind of workflows, but it is not like that controlled and measured. So with Camunda, you can get control of your RPA bots. How? It's like you're orchestrating processors where the processors will call your RPA bots. I have an example for that. I will show it later on. So you can have you can connect your robotic process automation tool to Camunda BPM to model, execute, and monitor end-to-end core business activities. Next one, modernize legacy business process management systems. What it means is normally there are many companies which are using BPMS tools, okay? So these are a bit outdated. So to replace your BPMS tool, you can go for Camunda. Why? Because Camunda is very lightweight. It's made for developers. It's highly scalable, okay? And there are lots of support forums for it. Replace homegrown workflow automation system. When an organization first decides to implement workflow automation, it's common for a development team to build software from scratch, which is not a good idea. In some cases where you're building a workflow system from scratch, this is not a good idea. At first glance, the homegrown approach is a logical starting point. The software can be tailored to address the organization's unique business requirements without the constraints of vendor technology or an external framework. But the approach has drawbacks. How? Sometimes it is hard-coded. There are many things which are hard-coded and not easily customizable. There can be many complex development issues that need to be resolved. You won't be able to scale these types of homegrown workflows. And scalability problems are likely to occur, okay? A business-friendly visualization of the workflows either won't be provided or will require extensive effort to develop. So you won't have any visualization with a homegrown workflow. A stable and well-documented API. This one also you won't have where you don't have the API properly documented, so that when another system wants to call the workflow, they will have to go through the codes or ask the developer how to call the API. And then another advantage or reason to choose a good workflow system is you can add workflow to your software product. Okay, so let's say you want to have a software which can sell products online. Okay, let's say a website to sell products online, and this website is connected to an ERP system. So you are getting information from the ERP system to know which products are available in the stock. But with integrating a BPM tool like Camunda, it can make you automate many things, even connect an RPA with a BPM, and all together, this can automate many things, can resolve many things. And in terms of visualization reporting, you will have lots of statistics, lots of data to see, and to also check how much time it is taking for a customer to buy a product on your website, and to go on the ERP to fetch the information, to pay, to do the payment, and also to get the product. So a BPM, a workflow, can do all this. It can track all the activities, whether it is automated or manual. So it can track all this, and we'll have a very good report at the end of the day to see how much time it has taken, what is the lead time, where it is stuck, do we need to re-engineer the process? Next is about microservices. So there's a very nice article on microservices written by Ben, who is a co-founder and chief technologist at Camunda. For Ben, in fact, there are no easy to adopt in all scenario answers when we look at this table here. In fact, he talks a lot about microservices. So how we can integrate Camunda in the Java ecosystem and make them microservices. So there are different ways to do that. And each one, it depends on the company, okay? The microservices will depend on an organization processes and its complexity. So each organization will have different ways to set up their microservices. Okay, it's very important to have a good architecture. Otherwise, if you have some 2 or 3 processors, so this can jeopardize your production environment. So I was talking about BPMN 2.0. So in fact, BPMN 2.0 is a standard to design processors, and these are the symbols which are used. So all the circular shapes are events. We can have a start event, a message event, a timer event, an error event, etc. And then we can have activities. Activity can be a human task, which is also called a user task, or it can be a service task, which is an automated task. And we have other tasks as well, like a call activity, which is calling a sub-process. And then we have gateways. Normally, exclusive gateway is only one outcome. So these are for decision. And you have a parallel gateway as well to do things in parallel. And then you have different types of sequence flows, message flows, association, where you can connect your activities. Okay. Then you have DMN 1.3. DMN is decision management. It's decision model and notation. Okay, so this is a table. Instead of like creating a table in the database and then we insert data into it, we read data from it. So Camunda in fact provides a table, okay, a table to input all your data. And you can use this table also in your BPMN. So let's say you have a process which is going through a user task, and from that user task, it will go to a DMN where it is checking, like here we have whether is it sunny or rainy. Let's say we have parse sunny. So this DMN will return t-shirt, and t-shirt will be returned now to the process, to the BPMN. Okay, so as I said, I say again, I repeat, we have a BPMN process. Inside the BPMN process, we'll have a DMN activity, okay, where the process will pass through it and pass the input variable and we'll get an output. So if you pass sunny, we'll get t-shirt. So t-shirt will then will be saved in a variable in the BPMN. And it can call different DMN in the process. So saving things in a DMN is easier to maintain. It's not like hard coding things in your code. So it can easily be maintained, edited, or you can even insert new values. And in fact, you can have multiple input columns here. So you can have different combinations. And you can have multiple outputs as well. So it's a demo. Okay, so demo, in fact, we have a URL here, which is start.camunda.com. So this will allow to download the different dependencies. You have to set the dependencies and modules for Camunda, and then you have to click on the generate project. So you have to input the name here, the artifact, the version of Camunda BPM. Will you use H2 on disk or in memory? What will be the Java version? And also what will be the modules that you will use? And if you want to add string security web, you can. And then you have to provide a username, okay, username and password. And when you generate project, it will download the file. And then you have to download the file and you open, it will resolve all the dependencies. It will download all the dependencies. So I will show you now the project here, which is in Spring Boot. Here we have all the dependencies. And then you have the main class here, which is which will start the engine. And you will also see I have a YAML file here. Okay, where it says where is the H2 files and what is the ID and password when you will log in on the Camunda front end. Under the resource folder here, we have some BPMN, which I have already created and saved under this resource folder. So in fact, this is already started. So I will just go to the port here. So this is a screen, the front end where you will log in, and I will log in as admin. And once you log in, you will get this screen here, all the metrics. And if I click on processors, so this is a cockpit of Camunda, where you can see all the processors. These are the processors here. And you will see number of running instances. Okay. And there's another tab here, decision, where if we, well, I don't have any DMN deployed. And then we have a task list. This task list, it will give you the list of tasks which have been created. So here you saw we have 11 process instances running. And in this task list, we have 11. So these are the 11 instances. Okay. So before going now in more in details here in Cockpit, I will open the Camunda modeler where you can design processors. So normally here in the modeler, you have the start event, and then you have some symbols here. I can add different activities like this. And then I can change it to a user task, which is called a human task. And I can even change it to a service task or a business rule task, which we'll call a DMN. Call DMN, and this one may be to archive documents. And I can even have a send task, which will send a mail, notify users, and this one is validate request by a user. So this is a very simple flow. And normally on the service task, I can come here and just add a delegate expression where I can add a Java beans. Let's say normally to add it, you have to put a $sign and curly braces, archive docs delegate. Or if you want, you can put the full qualifier name for a Java class here. Okay. And for the DMN as well, you have to mention the DMN that you will call. You have to put the reference here. And then notify users, you have to call same thing, or either Java class or a delegate expression. Okay, so if I run this process, what will happen is when I create a new process instance, it will come here. It will come here to this user task, and will wait for someone to take an action. Once a user click on an action based on the variable which have been set, suppose these, let's say this one is validated, this one is not okay. Based on the user input, either it will take this route or this one. In fact, there are many best practices out there for BPMN and DMN also, how to put it in place. So now what I will do is let's check the BPMN which I created. So this BPMN here is a very simple one, the simplest one. We have a create request and validate request, and it is using swim lanes. So the first one will be an initiator and validator. This is a advantage of using swim lane, where you can see the actors, but not in all cases we can use swim lane. Okay. And then we have another task, another BPMN called RPA. RPA here, in fact, I have put a message throw event. Okay, so it will start via a message, like I have published a message, and there's there's like a listener which took that message and it starts this process. So we have start in DB, which is service task, called the RPA, which is a service task, and then create a record, which is a call activity. And this call activity, if you see the properties, sorry, this one, I have not put, okay. Normally it's for this one, it will create a request. Here it is, sorry. So create record, what it will do is, it is calling a sub-process, and the sub-process name is called sub-process underscore create. You see here, you will see the ID sub-process underscore create. So once this sub-process is executed, it will return to the main flow, and the flow will continue until it ends. And then we have a third, another flow here, which is about assignment submission at a university. Here we have the process will start assignment submitted. So we got a new assignment which has been submitted by a student. So a user will have to verify the documents, the assignment documents which have been submitted. And we have a timer event here in case we have an SLA, like after 1 day or 2 days, no one is working on this request. So it will notify admin office. And then if all documents okay, it will move on to the next activity, which is check plagiarism on Turnitin. And from Turnitin, normally we get a similarity index report. If it is less than 25%, it will go to the next activity assigned to tutor. Otherwise, it will send a mail to the student to resubmit. And after assigning the tutor, it will notify the tutor, and here it's the tutor who has to come and after the correction has to click on complete, and then it will move on to a, if needed, to a reviewer. So normally in BPMN, in workflows, what we call this part here is called a happy flow, the happy path. Okay, it's a happy path. This is a happy path that will be done in most of the cases. And those which are here are like exception, which can happen. It depends on the scenarios. So now I will trigger these flows via Postman. Before that, we'll check, make a check. We don't have any refresh it, we don't have anything. So what I will do is we'll go to Postman. So I will have to copy the ID of the process. And normally, when you call the API, you can pass some variables as well. So here I'm passing some variables. Okay. And normally you have a business key. A business key is a reference which you can give to a process instance. And just before I hit the send button, on the internet, on the Camunda website, you will have all the REST API documentation. whether it is starting a process, to get a list of tasks, to migrate a process instances from a old version process to a new version process, to send messages, to get information from the history, etc., etc. So now I will click on send. So what happened now is, let's check the cockpit here, refresh. So we have a process instance which has been created. So here, this one here, we call it a token. Okay, so this is a process instance, and the flow is called a process definition. So we have one process instance, and if I click on send, it will go on like this. It will add more process instances. Here we have 5. Okay, and if I go to task list now, I refresh, I will get all these new process instances which have been created. I can click on one. I have to claim it. I can check the variables which I have added via Postman. And if I want to add new one, I can add new one here. I need to specify the name, the type, and also the values that I will assign to this variable. And if I click on complete, what will happen? It should move to validate request. Here it is. It has gone to validate request. If I refresh here, it moved to validate request. So it's a very basic workflow. Okay. And normally what you can do also is assign user groups to these tasks. Like in a company, who are the users who will be able to create requests? Will they be like frontliners, clerks, admin staff, and who will be the validators, supervisors, managers, heads, etc. So this is an example of a swim lane. Now let's see another type of process. Let's check the RPA process. So I will start the process for RPA. Start. In fact, here there's a field, a variable which is missing. So normally you have to provide all the variables. It is. So now if we refresh cockpit here, you will see we have RPA, we have 11 processors. Okay, it's normally what is happening is we cannot see any token because if you see at the top here, it's runtime. Runtime means those process instances which are still active, which have not been completed, which have not reached the end of the process. So if I go to history, which shows everything, all the process instances which have been created, and you will see the token where it has moved in the flow. So you will see there are some requests which have been created at 4 p.m. 33 here, 4:33. And here you can even view the heat map. What is a heat map? It's where the tokens are passing most of the time. So the darker it is, so we have more hits. We have more tokens passing through this task. Like here, it's darker, and these two are darker compared to these two. And this one, it is not highlighted here because I have not sent anything in handle error. And you will see as it is calling a sub-process. So let's see, let's open a process instance. So if we open a process instance, you can click show call process instances. So if I click on it, it will show me the sub-process, what it has done in the sub-process. So it has gone through this flow. Okay, and this is a very basic one. And as you can see, you have all the start time, end time. You can also see the user tasks who work on it. And you can use REST API to get all this information, all these statistics. Now we'll have a demo for the last process, which is the assignment BPMN. So let me take the ID here, assignment. So I started 1, 2, 3. Refresh it here. So you see submit assignment. We have 3 instances, which is in verified documents. And also you will notice we have the business key. Well, I have not changed the business key, but normally it must be unique keys so that you can refer to it later on. Let's say if it is in a company, so normally for an application in Camunda, it's easier to have a reference. Like let's say to onboard customers, so you can have a reference like customer 001, or you can concatenate the date and time as well. So if a user wants to raise an alert, an issue, that there's an issue on this reference, so they will just give you the reference and you can easily debug using that reference. So here, as you can see, it is in verified submitted, verified document submitted. I will go to task list. I will click one of them here, claim it. And normally in the task list, it is out of the box as I mentioned, but you can even have your own custom task list in Angular, Vue, or React. So you have the diagram here, and even this diagram, you can get it from the REST API. So I will click on complete. Let's check what is decision here. So document is equal to OK. Document not equal to OK. So here what we have, document is OK. So it will go to check for plagiarism. And here it will go, is similarity exceed or not? Here it exceed, no, it is less. And then it will come, it should come here, correct assignment and comments. Okay, because these are service tasks. And you will notice I have put a logger delegate. So if I go to my codes, the logger delegate is simply just a logger.info, which is displaying some of the properties of the process instances. And where we have the logger delegate, it's the add component here, this annotation, which is identifying it as a Java beans here, logger delegate. So it is, normally it is recommended to use the delegate expression instead of Java class. Okay, so let's click on complete now. Correct assignment and add comments. Okay, so if you check the history, you will see who claimed it. And if I refresh the cockpit here, you will notice we have 1 token here and 2 tokens here. Okay, and it can go on like this. I can submit again. It will go to review assignment marks. Let's submit it. Complete. Review assignment marks. So it has moved to review assignment marks. And here, if I click on complete, you will not see it in task list, not even in cockpit. Runtime, you will have to go to history. And the history will show you what was the the path it has taken to complete the flow. Now this time, if you check the heat map, well, we don't have too many. It's only the first activity, which is darkest. And also I will do, let's do a change in this BPMN quickly. Let's say we will add another task here, which is a user task. Or capture assignment information. It's a user task, so I will save it. Normally, I'm opening this BPMN from the where it is stored from the resource folder here. Okay, so assignment, the one I have open, is found in the resource folder. So I will restart the engine. And normally this logger delegate here was displaying all the logs here in this console. Okay, this started, so I will go back to cockpit. And you will notice here in version, we have two versions. If I click on version 2, we don't have anything here. And if I click on send to start a new process instance for assignment, if I refresh it here, you will see it will be created in the latest one. Okay, so we have some process instances in a previous version, and we have some one in the new version. And normally what we have is called a migration. So I can migrate process instances from version 1 to version 2. Okay, I will select the instances. So we have 2, and I click migrate process instance, execute migration, observe progress. So normally this will move all the process instances in the version 2. Okay. Now, one thing also which I have not mentioned is normally this is a message, it's a RPA. Okay, it starts with a message. So just think now that you have BPMN processors where we don't have any human task, any user task. We have only some service task. Okay, let's say we have service task here. All these are okay. Let's keep the notification. So we have many service tasks. And we can even add some kind of error handling. In case of errors, what should be done? Error boundary. So in all the service tasks, you can add error handling. And you can call API, you can call an RPA, you can call a mail service or any other microservices. So what you are doing here, what you can achieve like this is some sort of microprocess orchestration. Okay, so you're orchestrating things via processors. Okay, so it's easier to monitor what is, suppose you start this process here and you have like 20,000 process instances. So you can monitor what is, how is your process behaving? Is it functioning well, or is there any issue? Do you have any bug, any bottleneck in your process? Do you have to re-engineer your process? So you can find out all this in the cockpit. Okay, so this was a demo, and then let's switch back to the presentation. So Camunda BPM, you have the ecosystem of Camunda. So we have online documentation. You have the best practices, mainly for enterprise users, but on the forums, you have many things you can look at. You have Stack Overflow. You have question corners on Zoom and Slido every month. There are many tutorials on YouTube and Vimeo. And as I said, BPMN and DMN, which is supported by OMG. So you can go on the OMG, on the bpm.org website to look at all the BPMN examples and DMN as well. International communities, you have support for enterprise users, local communities, which is in progress. You have the conferences in different countries, and actually there will be a virtual conference. And then we have the forum as well. And next one, there are some links here, okay? And this is the CamundaCon, which will be on 8th and 9th October. So you can register if you want to learn more about Camunda. And there are some links here, camunda.com, bpmn.io, kawimo.com, bpmn.org, GitHub, where you have many examples about Camunda. And you have a very interesting website, which is written by Bernd Drucker. Okay, so you have many interesting topics on microservices, and recently has written a book on microservices, on processors as well, process services. And then you have the start.camunda website. So that's all for me for this quick introduction on Camunda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuvraj, for such an amazing presentation. I am someone who never used Camunda. I heard about it, but I never even go search what it is. But for such a small presentation, I would say an introduction, it was really informative, and I could understand, yeah, what I can do with Camunda. Maybe Ish, can you talk a bit about that?
Yes, once again, thank you very much, Yuvraj. I was really looking forward for this presentation. In fact, I tweeted about it, I think at the beginning of the conference on Thursday. And I tagged Camunda BPM in that because I've been experimenting with Nextcloud, and I saw there is an extension to integrate Camunda with Nextcloud, so that, you know, when you have your workflows and everything, you could move around your files in the different directories of Nextcloud based on how you define your process and all. So, sorry, my throat is giving up after the 3 days of the conference. But anyway, so yeah, that was something that I wanted to experiment and maybe use it within the company where I work. So I have a question. Are you using Camunda right now just as a hobbyist, so tinkering with that, experimenting, or you believe it's something that can be used in production? Sorry, production.
Okay, no, in fact, using it in production, okay? And like I mentioned, microservices, so we have many microservices as well. And you can easily integrate it in any microservice, put it in a container, and then you use it. And it will connect, you can make it connect to the same database. So you're just distributing the loads on different microservices because you can have like heavy and very intensive processors where you want it to run in only one microservice. And if you put everything in one basket, it will like performance issue. You get lots of performance issues.
Okay, so I have a second question. Knowing that Camunda BPM is an open source software, but it is also backed by a big company. You already mentioned about Camunda being a German company, and in fact, it is one of the reasons why when I was experimenting with Nextcloud itself being another German company and has a community of contributors from around the world, would you recommend a small company in Mauritius, to use Camunda simply the open source part, or go for a, I don't know, an enterprise solution by contacting Camunda, the company itself?
Okay, well, if we talk about small companies like
SMEs,
so
exactly.
SMEs, I would recommend they go for the open source community version first, experiment it, deploy it in your environment. You can even put it in production, even the community version, and you can experiment it. And then after like some month, then you can decide if you want to go for the enterprise version. In fact, the enterprise version, you will only pay for the support. Okay, you will pay for the support. Yes.
No, I was just trying to compare. So when you say you pay only for the support and nothing, not something fancy that adds up. So it's a bit like Linux distributions. You have Canonical has Ubuntu, which is open source and free, anybody can use. Then on top of that, Canonical offers support, which is only, you know, when you have a problem with your machine, but you do not have a team that can fix it, they come and fix it. So it's mostly like managed services and things like that. Okay, cool. That's very interesting. Yes.
And just one thing I wanted to add is, you know, Camunda in fact provide 2 releases per year. Okay, it's every 6 months, so there are lots of security patches and new features which are added. And also, I would recommend and tell all the university students who are listening, watching this video right now, you can use it in your dissertation. Don't hesitate to use it. Whether it is a blockchain solution, whether it is a payment solution, ERP, any solution you are implementing, you can use Camunda. It will add more complexity to your dissertation, and you will have a good viva and good points as well.
Very good suggestion. Thank you very much, Yuvraj. And on that note, we are 16:51. In about 10 minutes, the closing ceremony will start in Batcave. Yuvraj, thank you very much. And sorry, we're running short in time. We will have to rush. But I do invite you to, you know, for the future conferences, for the future events, if you have anything else on top of Camunda that you would like to show, which you haven't been able to do today, do submit a paper. You will find details about our future events, maybe meetups or other events on the MSCC page. So I would really look forward to see you again as a speaker and learn more about Camunda. Thank you very much, Yuvraj.
Great. Thanks.
Girish, closing remarks very quickly, and then we have to rush to go into Batcave.
Yeah, for me, like, surely I will be trying to use Camunda. I will at least read about it, learn a bit about it more. Maybe I will even do some projects on it. That's it.
Why not?
And you have any issues, you can contact me via my blog, so on Twitter or Facebook.
That's great.
Exactly. That's what, in fact, that what I was going to say. If you run across issues, Girish, do reach out to Yuvraj. Cool. So guys, let's rush, and we are about 5 minutes for the closing ceremony. So let's rush and head to the Batcave. Cool.
Okay.
Girish, leave it to you.
Okay. It's yeah, it's only us two now. Maybe you could say some final words before we switch to the Batcave.
No, nothing much, except I thank all our viewers, all our friends and supporters of the MSCC, of the community. It's been a great virtual conference, the first virtual conference that we organized. Despite initial hiccups, we managed to have fun. So let's head to Batcave now.
Okay, so guys, meet everyone in the Batcave with an amazing closing sessions, and then yeah, have a nice time.